In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising. Hey, Tamika McNeil. Hey, Nappy Child. It is good to see you, ladies. Let me turn off this music. Let me turn off this music. Grand Rising. Do you guys see that this extra sensitive man still has this tarp covering this Kennedy Center? He had to put the tarp up so that they couldn't see them take his name off the Kennedy Center. And do you see that he still has this tarp up now that his name has been taken off of the Kennedy Center, as he continues to go to court to get his name put back on the Kennedy Center? He cannot bear for people to see that his name has been taken off of something that his name should not have never been on. Can you believe this sensitive ass fool? Thank you guys for joining me this morning. But let's get into something that I'm pretty sure he is also sensitive about, because this is probably touching sensitivities in him, because this is something that he could never be, and his wife could never be as well. Let's get into this. Enjoy.
Hey, everybody. What's going on? This is a nice project you guys were involved in. Way to go, team. Thank you. Thank you for everything you all have done to create what is a magical place. I have been on this site during construction, but because of my schedule, the first time I toured the finished museum was Friday. And to say that it left me emotional and speechless, even though I knew what the plans were and knew what the background was, to walk into that space and to see the amount of professionalism and artistry and love and care that has gone into creating what I hope will be a center that really changes the trajectory of the people, especially the young people who grew up in this community that I call home. The South Side of Chicago is my home. Every inch of this neighborhood. And to be able to look out across and see the South Side of Chicago, to see the beauty of our parks, to finally be able to see that there's a lagoon over there that is safe to walk in, where children are playing and couples are holding hands. That Chicago wasn't available to me my entire life. It was not available. It was closed down. It was boarded off. It was uncared for. It wasn't invested in. And the message to me and to kids like me is that we weren't worth investing in. So that in order for us to have access to beautiful parks and art and museum, we had to get on a bus or a train or hope that our parents could afford to pay for parking downtown, to go into spaces that sometimes treated us like we didn't belong. And now we have this. And we have that too. But I think the OPC will be the beginning of telling the kids in this community that they are just as important, just as capable, just as valuable. And what so I hope that when you think about this project and all that you all contributed to making it happen, that you know that this beautiful campus is going to change lives. And I hope you feel really, really good about it. And I am so proud of my husband. He's really messed up. I'm giving him some time because this beautiful skirt that my stylist Meredith Coop picked out, that is a portrait, my favorite portrait of my mom. He didn't know it existed until just a few minutes ago. And I've had a few weeks to settle down in the beauty of this skirt, but it's messing him up for good reason. But Marion would have been so proud. She was so proud of her son-in-law and the man that he is and has been to our family. Always dreaming probably way too big, but always pulling it off. Thank you for doing this for the South Side of Chicago. I love you.
Hello, Chicago. So. Oh, sorry. So I'm stealing a few lines from what I'm going to say at the actual opening.
So you don't have to come.
So you don't, or at least you can mute it until Michelle talks. So I actually came to Chicago right there. I'd been hired to organize on the South Side by some churches. I was coming from New York, bought a janky old car, stuffed it with all my stuff, drove through Pennsylvania, Ohio, took the 90 all the way, got to the Skyway, and came down the Skyway onto Stony, and then was directed through this park, where there was a 4-lane highway, Cornell Drive, right there. I was 25 years old. And I knew I wanted to do something meaningful with my life, and I knew I wanted to be involved in community, and I wanted to help uplift, folks who had been forgotten. And I didn't quite know how I was going to do that, but this community embraced me and gave me a chance. And I grew up here, and I met the love of my life here, and my daughters were born here, and I represented this district, and I announced my first candidacy at the Ramada Inn on Lakeshore Drive, and my office was on 71st, and I taught law at the University of Chicago right down the Midway, and our first home was over in Eastview Park. You can walk from here. And most of what has been most important in my life is because of this place and the people here, because the people here taught me resilience and courage and hope. And so when I went to Washington, and then when we started campaigning around the country, I was carrying a piece of this community with me the entire time, all through the White House, my entire 8 years. So for us to be able to situate all those lessons learned, all the values that we tried to project and embody during the 8 years we were in office together, for us to be able to give that to this community is really important to us. And that couldn't have happened without the dedication and professionalism and effort and headaches and problem solving and talent and artistry and skill of the people here today. So it is with deep gratitude that I stand here today. Just appreciate everything that all of you have done to help make this possible. I am a little shaken up by this because I love my mother-in-law, and she made a home for Michelle and Craig, not with a lot, but with a lot of love and hope and perspective and wisdom. And her husband, Fraser Robinson, who got up every day and went down to right next to Navy Pier, working as a, in the water reclamation district. He showed what it means to work hard and to put family first. And so they represent, to me, what's best about this country and what's best about our values. And people who aren't trying to get every last nickel and aren't cutting corners when it comes to values and treat people high and low with respect and kindness and handle their business. Just salt of the earth, bedrock people. And there are people like that all across the south side of Chicago. And there are people like that all across this great country of ours. And their voices are not heard because we've got a set of institutions that have fallen victim to the siren song of everything's about money and everything's about attention and everything's about fame and everything's about getting over. But meanwhile, there are just a lot of people out here who are just doing the right thing and raising their families and taking care of people. And so it's fitting that she's with us here today, because part of what we want this center to be is a reminder of those people. And to make sure this country is true to their spirit. Because if we do that, then I think we're going to be okay. And I want our kids to be reminded of that, and our grandkids. And 50 years from now, I want people to remember that's what we should be about. So, thank you. Appreciate you. Enjoy the celebration. Bring your family, bring your friends. Mark with pride what you've accomplished. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. Hey, Carol.
Okay, the link is in my description box. I have some interesting comments in the comment sections. Now, everybody know that President Obama didn't do shit for black people. If had President Obama done anything for black people in particular, he would have been assassinated the day after he proposed to do anything for black people in this country. In particular, he would have been assassinated by broaching that he was going to do something for black people in particular. We all understand that. We are all clear on that. Because we have an overt racist out here who is getting all of the support in the world. We have an overt racist out here who is stealing money from the treasury, who is doing all types of theft and con jobs out here unabashedly. And nothing is being said and done about it. Because he throws a little racist meat out here and it's all okay. So to think that a black man could do something for the black populace, we know that there is no way that could happen in racist America. However, the day after in the racist America under racist Donald Trump, that you have a foreigner who said that Michelle Obama is a man. I just decided to highlight this woman and her husband, highly educated, to juxtapose them against the ignorance that we have in the White House. I just decided to highlight this highly educated black woman who actually attended a highbrow college, not a woman who lied and said that she was a candidate for an Einstein visa, not a woman who lied and said that she went to a certain college and then had to quietly erase it from her resume, a woman who actually attended and graduated from Princeton, not a woman who had to erase her college from her resume. Not a woman on election day that was being played all over Russian state-run TV. Not her being played on Russian TV, all nude all over Russian TV, and her husband not saying anything to Vladimir Putin about it. Not her husband's calling Vladimir Putin a good guy after showing his wife all over Russia TV in the news. Not a first woman who uh, had to work, had to be a model, had to make a living. She was nude, but she was just modeling. No, she was nude, but those were just modeling pictures. No, Michelle Obama never had to make a living modeling nude. I just wanted to show you that. I just wanted to show you the difference of what you see in this racist America. That's all I was showing you. That's all I was showing you. That's all I wanted to show you what these racists will accept, will make excuses for, and try to dehumanize the greatness of Black culture. See, I just really wanted to show you Black culture. The thing that they try to demonize all the time. See, this is what Black culture really is. And that is what their culture really is. They will excuse all of this. What did Lyndon Johnson says? What is my famous Lyndon Johnson quote that I always share with you? I didn't say this. Lyndon Johnson told you this. Where's my Lyndon Johnson quote? You don't have to take it from me. Take it from Lyndon Johnson. You can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, and he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. I didn't say that. Lyndon Johnson told you that. Am I correct? Am I correct? Okay. It's there. It's in their culture. That's who those people are. Hey, foot soldier. Blacks keeping the racism alive in America. Us great job in America. Blacks keeping racism alive in America. Blacks can't be racist. If you don't understand what racism is, if you don't understand that blacks can't keep racism alive in America, you need to understand exactly what racism is. There's no way blacks can keep racism alive in America. The only thing that blacks can do with racism in America is live under racism in America. Understand what racism is. All of this reverse racism bullshit that you speak of is non-existence, dummy. Non-existence. Tell them, tell them, tell them, tell them, tell them. Uh, Tell them they don't want to face facts. They will not face facts. Exactly. Exactly. It is what it is. What did Christopher say? Christopher, what exactly, how do you see racism from black people? What black person have you seen prevent people from moving in any community? What black person have you seen deny loans and opportunities to go to certain schools, to move into certain communities, to bank at certain facilities, denied home loans? What black people have you seen do any of those things, Christopher? Christopher, please answer me that. Please answer me that, Christopher. Where have you seen black people do these things? Christopher, please educate yourself on what racism is. Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on. Christopher has gone silent. You see, Christopher went silent. Christopher has gone silent. Okay, so what's in the news? What's in the fake news of the day? Now, Donald Trump, he has gone silent because Donald Trump then spent a bunch of money. He then spent billions and billions of dollars to get a worse nuclear deal than Barack Hussein Obama got with Iran. Now he didn't went over there. Benjamin Netanyahu sent a fool on a fool's mission to go over there and start a war with Iran, who has done nothing against us. I was asking you all during this war, what did Iran do for us to be over there? Well, they can't have a nuclear weapon. They have been messing with us for 47 years. They've been saying death to America for 47 years, and they had no reason. They couldn't tell you a reason why they went to war with Iran. And then they start telling you, well, the reason we're here, we'll leave when the Strait of Hormuz is open. But then the reason became that the Strait of Hormuz had to be open. But the Strait of Hormuz was open before they got there. So then all of a sudden, the strait had to be reopened. But it was open before you got there. So that couldn't have been the reason that you were there. Dummies, absolute fools. And they spent they were spending close to $2 billion every day. And these dumb Trumpians had nothing to say. They had nothing to say. And if these are Trump voters, half of them are losing their health care. More than half of them. Because at this point, the only Trump voters are these poor white trash voters. So that they losing their health care, their Meemaw is going to have to live in a hospital bed in the living room of their trailer home. Their Meemaw is going to have to be sitting up there with the cats all climbing over her hospital bed in the trailer park home in the trailer. Shit, that bitch may not even be able to get a hospital bed. That bitch probably gonna be living in a motherfucking twin bed sitting on bricks. They losing everything. And they so stupid. As long as they can go to the Dollar General and buy some red, white, and blue infused fabric on a cowboy hat, they think they winning. They think they turning. As long as they can hitch a ride on the 4th of July and go to this Trump rally that he's going to turn the the 4th of July into the largest Trump rally because of all of the performers have refused to perform. And now the 4th of July celebration, which is supposed to be celebrating the 250th anniversary of the country, he's going to turn it into a Trump rally. So what I'm asking you is there anything to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our country? What is there to celebrate of our country if our democracy is gone? Is there anything to celebrate at this point? Our country has been turned into this in as few as 250 years because people are so hell bent on holding on to their racism that they have ruined our country because they are too hell bent on making a black suffer that they will suffer themselves. Yeah, the racists have ruined this country. And they want to sit up and celebrate somebody who is overtly stealing every nickel, dime, and penny from our treasury. And they want to help him celebrate this. This is what's going on in America. That's all I got to say about that. And that's all I got to say about that. This is just disgusting. I'm not a Negro woman. I'm a black woman. I'm not a Negro. I'm a black woman. How bad was it? How bad was it? 100% of you white men voted for Donald Trump. How bad was that? And 92% of the black men should have voted for her as well. Uh, you do know, according to the census, Caucasians are nearly the minority. I find both parties useless turds. A lot of people find both parties useless turds. And believe you me, I find that there are a whole lot of useless turds in the Democrat Party as well. Trust me, there are definitely a lot of useless turds in the Democrat Party. I do not disagree with you at all. Well, listen, if you don't vote, you can't get the useless turds out of office. That's all I'm gonna say. I I think that it is imperative of you to vote because that is the way that you get the useless turds out of office. Your vote does matter because when you don't vote, that you are doing exactly what they hope you will do because it allows the useless turds to stay in office. Why do you think that they are fighting so hard to quell the votes of black people, of disenfranchised people. Why do you think that they are fighting so hard to purge voting, to purge the voting rolls? Because they don't want your vote to count. And if you willingly sit out your vote's not going to count. So uh, you're doing exactly what they want you to do. After the Epstein files leaked, the entitled no longer hide their corruption. In fact, they never really did. The veil has burned to ash. It was really bad, and I am a black U.S. Army veteran. Wait a minute. Let me go back up. What was really bad? Let me go back up and see. What are you referencing? I'm following an Iranian YouTuber that lives in the mountains and has just come back online this week after months being offline. That's interesting. And what is going on with them? That's why living in New York is great. We got Medicare even if you work and don't make a lot. And they definitely want to get rid of that. Let me see. Listen, I concur. I concur. You know, when Biden dropped out, I knew Biden wasn't ready. I covered that first debate live. I was like, what the hell is going on here? I was so glad he dropped out. I thought that they were going to have a primary. I was shocked that they didn't have a open primary, that they ushered uh, Kamala in. I was just shocked that they didn't have a robust primary and they ushered her in. And then when all of the money went to her automatically, I thought that there was going to be some blowback, some pushback, and then all of the money went to her automatically. So that was akin to what they did to Bernie Sanders, and they actually admitted that it was some shenanigans of what they did to Bernie Sanders. If you notice, Bernie Sanders was far more popular, and I had a bigger following than the Democrat Party let on, and the Democrat Party also Dana Brazil also let on that they uh, put Hillary Clinton above Bernie Sanders when he had the rightful stance above Hillary Clinton. And see them doing that bullshit to Bernie Sanders, and the for-profit media highlighted Hillary Clinton way above Bernie Sanders and had her on and spoke about her more when he had the he was the voice of the people and had the people behind him. And see, that was their fault. They were trying to be a queen and king makers when he actually had the people behind him. That was their fault. So they did the same thing with Harris. And it didn't work out well. Now, what do you guys think about the fact that Elon Musk, his little his most recent, well, maybe not most recent baby mama now, his baby mama came out and said that he inferred that he had satellites up in he had put satellites up and he had rigged the election. and he knew 13 hours that his rigging of the elections had worked. What do you guys think of that? And she told him, no, 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 don't tell me anymore because I don't want to be deposed. I don't want to know anything about it. Do you think that it could not have happened? I think it could have happened. I think it could have happened. Can't can't vote if there's nothing to vote for that isn't damaging. That doesn't make any sense to me. That makes zero sense to me. For example, Oregon has Proposition 28 this November, which will kill any economic stability in Oregon. I don't understand what that means. You have to opine a little bit more. Uh, a pass will result in Oregon being abandoned. I don't understand what that means. If it passes, Oregon will be abandoned. That's I don't understand what that means. They're purging voter rolls of foreigners because allowing foreigners to pick our leaders would be treason. Well, uh, if allowing foreigners to vote in our election, do you mean foreigners who are now citizens? So if they are purging our voter rolls or foreigners, why is it they allow a foreigner to go into our government agencies and purge our employees? As in Elon Musk. Why did they allow that foreigner to go into all of our government agencies and fire workers in our government? You don't ever wonder about that foreigner that they allowed into our treasury system, into our IRS system, into all of our government systems? You never you people never wonder about that foreigner that has decimated all of our government systems. You never wonder about that foreigner. But and you never wonder about that foreigner that says that you, the American people, should not have, as he goes to the Pentagon and get welfare, your tax dollars, as he is paid government welfare with your tax dollars, as he get government subsidies for his businesses. But you never wonder about that foreigner. Do you ever wonder about that foreigner living on the government tit? Do you ever wonder with his failing and blowing up rockets, still living on the government tit, always able to go back to the government as rockets blow up time and time again, and he is allowed to continue to live off the government tit? But he calls your social security an entitlement program, the social security that you have paid into all of your life. And he says that it is the biggest entitlement program, and something needs to be done about some shit that you paid into all of your life. And he acts as if somebody's doing you a favor and calling it an entitlement program. But he acts as if he's entitled to a government contract through the Pentagon. He actually acts as if he's entitled to your tax dollars in a fucking Pentagon contract. Are you? Is that the fucking foreigner you talking about? Do you ever talk about that foreigner? Okay. Hmm. Let me drop my link if somebody wants to come up and I don't know anything about what's going on in Oregon. I have no idea about what you're saying about Oregon. You're more than welcome to come up and tell me what I don't know about Oregon. Hit the link if you'd like. Anybody is able to come up and have a discussion about anything you'd like to talk about on today. The link is there. You don't have to turn on your camera if you don't want to. Did I drop the link? Let me see. There's the link right here. Let me pin it to the chat as well. I'll pin it and come up and have a discussion if you'd like. Oh, you know what else I found out today? I found out, hold on. I think people have forgotten how to be human. Wow. I guess too many people only relate online and you know only uh have to deal with people online or only have conflict online and they are just bold enough to say dumb shit online. They have conflict online and say the crazy stuff that they would never say to a person in real life. And, they have, all of this type of conflict and stuff online. And therefore, you're right. This is where they get that type of angst out. And so this is where they do that type of stuff. So I'm going to pin my link if anyone wants to come up and converse. You're more than welcome. Nobody? The last time I pinned my link, they said it wasn't working. They don't look for facts. They work in emotion. You're all right. Okay, that's fine. You'll come up and talk tomorrow. Half of the time, I have forgotten to even pin my link because people don't seem like they want to talk. Yeah, he hooked up the Palantir uh, crap to all of our records. Who is he? He holds a clearance. Oh, you're talking about Elon Musk, I think. Now, is this the same person who was in my chat yesterday talking all that crazy crap? I think you are. See, I didn't even block you. Being charged for going against 28 results in a 5 to 10 prison sentence or a 250K fine. I think we may have already have a treason. Now, let's now I want to talk about something. You know, this AI shit. This AI shit is a bunch of bullshit. Now, this AI stuff is a big bubble. They have been trying to impress upon everybody how successful AI is going to be, to the point that they are telling you that it is going to be able to do every single job in America. It's going to be able to free you up. And Steve Altman is saying that it's going to be able to free you up, that you're not going to have to work, and you're going to be able to do all your hobbies, and you're not going to have to work. How are you going to have hobbies if you're not going to have a job? He says everybody is going to be able to just sit around and do hobbies. How are you going to sit around and do hobbies? Every hobby that I have costs me money to buy supplies and materials for these hobbies. See, they tell you dumb shit because they're billionaires who don't work. These are billionaires who don't work. They have people who do the actual work for them, so they can present things to you as if no, as because these are people who don't work to make their own money. So these people have been pumping up this AI as if everybody can make money and never work, as if all of whole societies can make money and not work, with, without the understanding that there has to be workers in society. But they pumped up this AI as if the whole world can be non-workers and society will survive because they get money. They don't tell you how you're going to get money. They haven't fleshed that out, how you're going to get money, and you can just sit around and do hobbies. Have you ever heard them flesh that out for you? Has anyone ever heard them flesh out how you're going to live uh, and not have a job? No, you never heard any of these billionaires flesh any of that out for you, because that's what their whole life is about, living off of their earnings, circle jerking, and keeping up a fake AI bubble by saying they are investing billions in each other's AI product. So now it seems like this AI shit is coming to an end. Now it seems like these AI bubbles are about to burst. Pop, 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 pop. These AI bubbles are about to pop. So why do you wonder why it is now that they are making your money accessible to them? Why are these millionaires and billionaires are making your money accessible to themselves? Because they're tired of circle jerking themselves. They want real money to prop up their ventures. And where are they going to get their real money from? They're about to get their real money from you. It's more of you than them. So they may as well get your hard-earned money. Uh, you mean to tell me that many of these suckers have been out here saving for their retirement? You mean to tell me it's been that many suckers out here putting away in 401k funds, retirement funds, and the like, and IRAs and Roths? You mean to tell me it's been that many of them dumb motherfuckers been out here doing this, and now they have made it to where you have no choice of where your money is going. If you have a 401k plan, you cannot say, do not invest my money in AI. You're not going to be able to have that choice. If your money is in a retirement fund, if your money is in a 401k fund, you're not going to be able to say, do not trade my money in that fund. No. Isn't that peculiar that you have no choice? You've worked all of your life and you have no choice to decide that that is not where you want your money to go. Isn't that nice for them, though? The recent inflation chewed through many retirement accounts. I'm not talking about inflation. I'm talking about they have changed the rules of investment accounts. I played this last week where they have made it easier for how Elon Musk made his. Let me play this for you. I will play this again for you. I will play this again for you. So you can be aware of this yourselves. They have made it easier for. Let me share my screen right quick. Here we go. If you haven't gone over to More Perfect Union has a lot of information about this type of stuff. This will be in my description box under wealth transfer. They always talk about wealth transfer. They don't want to tax the rich because they call that wealth transfer. You taking the wealth of the rich people. Well, now they have no qualms. They're so quiet with wealth transfer as the rich people taking your retirement funds. No qualms about this wealth transfer. Here we go.
I'm a guy that's into space. I hope we go to Mars and all that stuff. To see that get turned into a way to transfer wealth from ordinary people who are just trying to save for retirement to people like Elon Musk is just depressing.
SpaceX is going public this month. It could be the biggest IPO in history.
It could also make Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire.
Millions of Americans like you and me are about to become SpaceX shareholders. We won't buy a single share.
The reason why I described it as a bag holder situation is because it feels like it's getting into near the deep one.
Bag holders, IPO, valuations. Sounds complicated. It's supposed to. But you don't need a finance degree to understand it. You need 10 minutes. The whole scheme hinges on something you've probably heard of. Index funds. A good chunk of American retirement savings are tied to them. You pick a fund, it picks an index, which picks the stocks. You don't think about it. That's the point. Index funds are supposed to be safe. Passive. The rules are the rules. Except, if you look closely, the rules seem like they're being rewritten to make people like Elon Musk fabulously wealthy at everyone else's expense.
Every piece of evidence we have is that the IPO is being engineered to rise very rapidly after it prices and then fall very dramatically after that. That is a recipe for retail investors especially to take large losses.
Here's how the scheme works and what you can do about it.
So are there really 3 hours of questions? Or has it? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
I have to be careful about saying things about companies that might go public.
That's never been a problem for you, Elon.
you can't hype companies that might go public.
$1.75 trillion. That's the value Elon Musk has floated for SpaceX when it goes public this month. More than Walmart. Is it worth that?
SpaceX is a real company. It shoots satellites up in the sky. It provides things like Starlink. It's a very impressive engineering company.
That's Robin Wigglesworth, editor at the Financial Times.
There is definitely real business to be done there and real asset value there. The question is whether it is as large as Musk claims it is.
George Perkins advises investors where to put their money.
Last year, SpaceX made about $19 billion, most of it from Starlink and government contracts.
But a company's market value is partially a bet on what that company will earn in the future. That bet is called a revenue multiple.
Facebook went public at roughly 10 times its projected revenue. SpaceX is asking for over 50 times.
The combination of sheer size and this extreme multiple is completely unprecedented.
Based on the numbers that we know, that is absolutely batshit.
This valuation seems too good to be true. Some investors may need it to be. In 2022, Elon Musk raised $44 billion and bought Twitter. His backers, Andreessen Horowitz, a Saudi prince, the co-founder of Palantir, and Jack Dorsey, the guy who founded Twitter in the first place. Musk renamed it X, and within a year, it's worth less than half he paid. That's a problem. There was also a solution. AI was hot. Musk owned an AI company, so he merged X into XAI. No cash changed hands. X investors received XAI stock. But that solution raised another problem.
XAI is essentially a money furnace.
The solution? Musk has a rocket ship company. He uses it to buy XAI. Again, no cash exchanged. 3 companies, 2 mergers, $0 actually paid.
And all of these people have gotten no return on their investment yet.
Everyone who helped take Twitter private now holds SpaceX shares. Now, SpaceX isn't just a rocket company that sells internet.
SpaceX also get government contracts. Your tax dollars supports SpaceX.
According to Musk, it's the future. Data centers in space.
If so many of my predictions come true, SpaceX will launch more AI than the cumulative amount on Earth of everything else combined.
But you thought SpaceX was about putting rockets into space. Now all of a sudden, SpaceX is about data center and AI. Because AI is the next hot thing. Now, did you know that SpaceX has a Mark Andreessen AI, Jeff Bezos AI is running out via SpaceX? SpaceX is leasing space for AI now. What happened with the rockets? Let's continue.
I see no evidence that it's a viable business opportunity. There are far too many physical challenges with doing this.
But the value has to hold, because so far, no one has been paid. Investor shares are only worth something on paper. To turn paper into cash, SpaceX has to go public. When a company goes public, it opens its doors. Early investors cash out, get paid for the risk they took. Everyone else gets a chance to own a piece of something that used to be off limits. It's called
early investors. These people were already billionaires. So what are they going to do when the doors open and all of these low investors, these everyday people, money is rushed in? They're going to pull their fucking cash out. They have been in for years, ever since he bought Twitter. You guys know how long ago he bought Twitter and turned Twitter into X. They're going to pull their cash out. And this stock is going to be worthless. They call that pulling the rug. They're going to make a run on the bank. And they are going to be the only one who gets any type of worth out of these stocks. Because the stock is going to become worthless. It's not going to have any value for the regular man. Well, this is the reason why he is going public.
an initial public offering, or IPO for short.
It is a very normal part of a company's evolution and life cycle.
There isn't just Twitter investors here. SpaceX's original investors took a big risk. Peter Thiel, Palantir's other co-founder, Google, and Andreessen Horowitz. But SpaceX's IPO is anything but normal. In a typical IPO, 90% of shares go to institutional investors, pension funds, banks, insurance companies. Regular people get 10%.
SpaceX says they're changing that. 30% to ordinary people. Main Street, not Wall Street.
When you see an IPO give a far larger allocation to ordinary investors, it's usually a sign that they can't get professional investors to buy it at that price. The price is nuts. And if you can't sell it to professional investors, well, you sell it to unprofessional investors who don't know any better.
If people
You sell it to fools who don't know any better.
want to invest in SpaceX's
You sell it to fans. You sell it to sycophants.
IPO, that's their right. The problem is Musk found a way to make people invest in SpaceX whether they want to or not. How? Index funds.
The index fund is one of the rare examples of the finance industry coming up with something that lines the pockets of ordinary people and not Wall Street itself.
An index is a list. Someone decides which companies go on it. A fund is a basket. Someone builds it to mirror the list. When a company gets added to the index, every fund mirroring it has to buy shares, not because they think it's a good investment, but because the rules require it.
Index funds have both outperformed the vast majority of active managers in every market, in every country over any time frame in the long run.
Thousands of indexes exist. Nearly a third of American stock is tied to one of them.
One of the most popular tracks the NASDAQ 100, the 100 biggest non-financial stocks on the NASDAQ exchange. Under NASDAQ's index rules, SpaceX isn't eligible to be included in the NASDAQ 100. New companies have to wait up to a year. It's called seasoning.
Seasoning a stock is just the process of...
New funds have to wait up to a year to be in the NASDAQ. It's called seasoning. And you know what Elon Musk says? He says, well, if you don't let me trade my new stock, I will not put my stock on the NASDAQ. So what did the NASDAQ do? It said, okay, Elon, we're going to change the rules for you. We're gonna only have it season for 3 months. You know what, Elon? We're gonna change that seasoning from 3 months to 15 days. Because Elon was not happy. Elon pouted. So therefore, your money in your 401k that is in this basket of funds that is going to automatically be traded without your consent is going to be able to be thrown on the crap table of Elon Musk SpaceX. Is going to be available to him in 15 days as opposed to a year, to a season, to see how SpaceX SpaceX is going to do.
Tend to be unsure of how to handle certain kinds of investments, novel sorts of companies really quickly.
Like a rocket company that makes most of its money providing satellite internet and wants to build AI infrastructure in space.
If Musk could change that rule, he could trigger mandatory buying of SpaceX stock by every fund that tracks the index. This spring, NASDAQ changed their rules. This document outlines the proposed changes to the NASDAQ 100 index. The most important, a fast entry rule. If a huge company goes public, it gets into the index in 15 trading days. No seasoning. There was a public comment period. Wall Street was for it. They say companies are more mature now, and these changes allow the index to better represent the market. The opposition came from regular investors concerned about buying unproven companies at high prices. But the rule change isn't the goal. The goal is what the rule change enables, a plan with 4 different steps. Like everything, the price of a stock is based on supply and demand. How do you increase the price? 1, artificial scarcity. Most IPOs offer 15 to 20% of their shares to the public. SpaceX, less than 5.
2, of those shares, retail investors get 30%, or up to 3 times the normal allocation. Remember, Main Street over Wall Street.
Combined, a bunch of demand and a small supply. That means a higher than normal price. 3, 15 trading days after the IPO, SpaceX enters the NASDAQ 100. Any index fund tracking the NASDAQ 100 now has to buy SpaceX.
You have this wall of money coming from index funds that it has to buy no matter what the price.
Turbocharging the price. Step 4, let early investors cash out. There are restrictions on this, a lockup period. Same idea as seasoning. The people who know the most aren't allowed to sell until the market has had time to actually figure out what the stock is worth.
According to SpaceX's own IPO filing, Elon has to wait a year. But some early investors can begin cashing out before the standard 180 days. The people buying as the price rises? Retirement savers, through index funds.
The people selling? If history is any guide, the original SpaceX, Twitter, and XAI investors.
I like to stay optimistic when I can, but the setup there.
So the people who are automatically buying, who have to automatically buy because they are forced to automatically buy, are you, the everyday people who are in a 401k program or a retirement program, who are buying because you are just forced to buy because of this index buying. However, people who are buying and selling on their own free will, these billionaires who have been in this stock, who know that this stock is not worth the money, they are selling this stock because they know that it is not worth it. They're selling it and they're getting their money out of this stock. And who's buying this stock at the inflated price? You are. They're getting their money from you. Billionaires are getting their money from you.
Is for some pretty abusive market manipulation. Legal, probably. Ethical, doubtful. And in fact, absolutely not.
None of this works without NASDAQ changing the rules. Musk made sure there was an incentive to do so.
NASDAQ is both an index provider and an exchange.
Ben Schifrin spent 18 years at the Security and Exchange Commission, which oversees the stock market.
It kind of used to be the case that the exchange wasn't really supposed to be this for-profit money-making entity, but now it is.
2 stock exchanges compete for every major listing, New York and NASDAQ.
Or the NASDAQ Stock Exchange. Having SpaceX is a big win. You want big, prestigious tech companies to go public there, and the New York Stock Exchange wants them to go public on the New York Stock Exchange.
SpaceX was the prize. Musk knew it. According to Reuters, Musk conditioned where SpaceX would list on one thing: fast-track SpaceX into their major index.
It's all gravy for NASDAQ.
SpaceX pays NASDAQ to list their stock. The real money is somewhere else.
All the data and trading fees that they then sell over time, year after year, to other trading firms, to asset managers.
NASDAQ changed a rule that shapes trillions of dollars in retirement savings. No regulator approved it.
If an index wants to change how it's going to include certain stocks in that particular index, that is not something that has to be approved by the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Upwards of $30 trillion is being directed by a process that's effectively self-regulated.
I think at some point we are going to have to say that these are incredibly influential investment advisors in practice, and they should be regulated and supervised accordingly.
Because it's not just SpaceX or NASDAQ.
You can see how, one index provider getting the ball rolling would perhaps lead other index providers to follow.
You've probably heard of the S&P 500. It's the most powerful index in the world. Bloomberg reported the S&P is considering its own version of what NASDAQ just did. They'd shorten the seasoning period, and they'd let the largest companies in without ever showing a profit. The reason isn't a mystery. OpenAI and Anthropic are both expected to go public this year at massive valuations. Neither is profitable. There's no regulator watching. The only check is the index provider's own internal comment process. NASDAQ just ran one of those. When I asked NASDAQ if the change was made because SpaceX demanded it, and if there's a conflict of interest in being both an exchange and an index provider, NASDAQ never answered the conflict of interest question, but did say that the rule change reflects how markets have evolved. The consultation, they said, followed industry standards. The S&P is running the same playbook on the biggest index in the world.
Their comment period is open. It closes in early June. Anyone can submit a comment, including you.
Okay, I just wanted to. That's just one of the many, many, many things that I wanted to share with you. What do you think? Oh, that's what you think? Okay. Okay, as if that's what you believe. What robots? His non-functioning robots, the robots that China makes that are far more superior than his robots, kind of like the AI that China makes, the AI that China has deep sea that China creates that is far more superior than the AI that the U.S. has created. That the China AI that doesn't need all of this room for a data center. Is that what you're speaking of? Do you have any idea of what you're speaking of at all? I'm curious. Is that what you're speaking of? Let's get into. Let me let me share. Let me share this with you. I almost forgot to go here. Let me share a little information with you. It seems like you're not familiar with it. While all of these U.S. billionaires is talking about the hundreds of billions of dollars that it is going to take and all of the data centers that they are going to need and all of the double the size of Manhattan. I left by mistake. All of the I left by mistake. Twitter was overvalued when he bought it due to the left needing to control. Oh God. What does the left have to do with the valuation of something he bought? If it was overvalued when he bought it, what does that have to do with the left? Girl, bye. Got money for everything but the right thing. Please consider subscribing. I fell off very Carrie. I fell off for a second. Okay, now now they're telling you that they need all of this property, they need all of this for these data centers. But let me share with you about what they how that did they in China. And somebody was talking about Elon Musk robots, those robots that perform so poorly, so sloppily, so slow in just function all awkwardly. While these Chinese robots run so smoothly, move real, just like real bodies. And I showed you yesterday how Mr. Unwonderful from the Shark Tank is always talking about, do we want China to beat us? Do we want China to get this technology? China has already beaten us in the AI. China has built DeepSeek for under $6 million, and even Stephen Altman of ChatGPT was in awe of China's AI that use zero data centers. China has already beaten us, and all of these chips that these AI chips that that they try to say that we don't want to give up our chips that Hong has. Uh, they have beaten us in AI without that chip. Let me share this with you. Hold on one second. Let me. Hold on one second. Let me share. Here we go. Ah. Hold on. Where is it? Hold on. Let me find it. Oh. Oh. What is the name of that? Hold on, I'm thinking. I thought I saved it. I can't believe I didn't save that. Bookmark. Show bookmarks. Bookmarks. Hold on. I'll go to my bookmarks. I could have sworn I saved that. I guess I didn't save it. Poor me. Hold on one second. Oh, God. Oh, I didn't save it. Okay. I have to get to it in a second. Japan is our only technological competition. I never heard about that. Though oddly, they seem focused on erotic robots. I have heard about their erotic robots. A long time ago, they did it. This country is delusional. Got money for everything, but the right thing. And now they said Elon Musk robot AI reach $1 trillion worth, but you try to pull your money out of there, and you're gonna get pennies on the dollar. What is What is the name? Hold on. Let me go right here. Right quick. Let me find something real quick. Oh boy, I can't find it. Jesus. Oh man. Oh man, I hate that I cannot find this. Oh god. Oh. What is it? Hold on. It is called. What is it called? Here we go. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Drop site news. Yes, I was trying to think of drop site news. Let me find it. Ah, thank God. Okay. If you guys are not familiar with drop site news, I thought I had saved it. Oh. Now, drop site news did a whole thing on AI. Oh, now I found it. Let me go to drop site news. Let me find this expose about AI. Hold on. Hold on. Jesus Christ. I'm going to have to come back to you with that tomorrow. Jesus. I cannot find what I'm looking for. I just want the AI stuff. Okay, yeah, I can't find what I'm looking for. I could have sworn I saved it, But obviously I didn't save it. Let me sign in and see if it's, hold on 1 second. Let me sign in and see if it'll come up when I sign in. Oh well. Okay. Well, let me see what else I have for you guys today. Should look at their. No, I'm not gonna look at their freaky robots. No, thank you. I do not want to see their freaky deaky robots. I'll take your word for it. I will take your word for it. I know they are into the erotic type of robots. I have heard that. I think I've actually seen some a little bit of that type of work. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. Now, I think there are a couple of more things that I wanted to share with you guys today. Let me double check. Don Jr. has been caught in the act. Don Jr. has been caught in the act. Now, you remember how they used to ride Hunter Biden for making paintings and allegedly getting working in, where was he working? Working somewhere for an energy company, and he actually had to get up and go to work. Where does Don Jr. get up and go to work as he's making billions of dollars for a drone company that he invested in 2 weeks, and now he has Pentagon contracts and making billions of dollars and getting 600 million Pentagon loans and all of this types of stuff. So Don Jr. is caught in the act doing what?
Right. It was awful. But this moment was captured. And as this Twitter user puts it, Susie Rizzo 1, what did Don Jr. just pull out of his coat pocket and into his mouth? Let's take a look. Here we go. From the coat pocket with his left hand, this is what the broadcast showed. Obviously not as zoomed in. This is from someone who took a video of their television, of their monitor, and it is sus. First off, his hands are low. That's already an indication that he's doing something. All right. If this were a Zyn, if this were an Advil, okay, his hands wouldn't be that low and the baggie wouldn't be that small. Secondly, the fact that the baggie is there tells us something. Third, this does not appear to be a powdery substance, because if it was, then they would dip.
Dip,
this man
baby,
is not
dip.
dipping.
Dip,
He's pulling
baby,
something
dip.
out, and he has his fingers right there. That tells you that it is a pill in my eyes. There's not a Tums. He could probably play it off and say it's a calcium I mean, anything. They will say anything because there is going to be no proof. You would have to do a drug test with this man, who probably at this point not only would never do it, And even if they were like, yeah, I'm going to prove that I didn't do it, I'm going to prove it, he would have someone piss for himself, like Vinny Chase. Deep pull there. So we have a history here. Okay, let's start with the first video.
Now I remember this. Who doesn't remember this? I played this for you when they went to see one of Elon Musk rockets blast off. Y'all don't remember me playing this clip for you when Don Jr. was digging around in his pants pocket and then reached up and rubbed his jaw and looked satisfied after he rubbed it inside his gums. Who digs in their pocket and then rubs the inside of their gums? I remember this. I played this for you guys. Who does that?
Come on, brother. How do you do this in public, man? So funny. How do you do this in public? How?
His dad said, "You okay, Don?" His dad caught him. He said, "You okay, Don?"
How do you screw up so bad?
Watch Trump say, "You okay, Don?"
How?
Like, you fucking asshole.
How do you do this in public? How? How do you screw up so bad? How? And I also noticed, see his left hand? He's digging here when the video resets. He's digging, he looks. Okay, I got it on my finger. And then he goes in for the kill. Yet, not to be outdone, here was Donald Trump Jr. once more during the inauguration of his father.
Yeah, flushing.
What is this face?
That is a guy.
What is this face? And then you gotta juxtapose this against chubby cheek JD Vance standing over here.
Guy who is faded, in my opinion. Look at him.
It looked like he got his cheeks strong. Looked like somebody put one of those needles with that thread through his cheek and pulled it back through the back of his ear and has his face just pulled tightly. You know how they do those dimples that stringing plastic surgery where they pull a needle and thread through your cheeks and things to do that plastic surgery. Looks like that's what they did. Put a string through his cheek and through the back of his ear. His face seems like it's stuck.
Man. Look at his eyes too. Notice his eyes. They are bloodshot red. They are low. It looks like he could barely open them.
Of course, this is in my description box under dip, baby, dip. Come on now, dip, baby, dip.
Glossy. And you're making me defend, not even defend, but bring up this guy, eyeliner and all, who's showing you what normal eyes do look like.
Well, you don't think JD Vance saw exactly what he did? And he's like, oh, God, I got to be in here with these guys. The defender of all of the deplorables is this guy right here, who will excuse and make excuses for all of it. He was directed directly at JD Vance when he did that.
In a situation like this.
You see how close they are? This is who is allegedly next in line. The defender and the excuser of it all. MAGA.
You're not beating it, man. You're not beating the allegations. And yet, here's how I think he's with the Midas Network. Keith Edwards reacted to all this.
And then I got a headline that has pissed him off even more.
Donald, I'm a little disappointed. I saw a video of you possibly doing drugs. I was appalled and disgusted. I saw it on X. Was it a real video? I find men who do drugs to be weak. Yeah. I have a feeling that if I was Hunter Biden, if I was doing drugs...
Bruh. Aren't we really over this stuff as a country? Aren't we done with it? I'm at the point where I think Donald Trump Jr. just wants to be like Hunter Biden. I think he might even want to get with Hunter Biden. All he does is talk about him like the person he could never be with. I feel like at some point it's just projection. The amount of times that this family will bring up the Bidens, why do they do this over and over again? It's so tiresome, man.
Drugs, and if I was videoing it, it would probably be a big deal. I imagine you'd actually see this. I understand that according to the left, I'm the biggest cokehead or whatever it is since ever. They don't...
Since ever. Because he could use Hunter Biden again.
You know, they don't really look to their own. It's typical Democrat projection. But I think I know the video you're talking about because I was adjusting an Alp pout, like a Zin.
Oh, okay, man. All right, I'm done here. He would also try to defend himself right here in another video when he was running his podcast.
But half of this country still believes Donald Trump's a Russian asset. And we have to work.
They're still running with it. Like, as though it's fact. Like, and yet when you have, you know, you talked about me, like I get it. I've been blessed beyond a belief in this country. Now, I got thrown into politics in my late 30s, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, I just actually believe this stuff. I will more than happily fight for it. You know, there's a consequence to that. I always say it'd have been a lot easier to shut the hell up and be a real estate developer from New York and not get into that. But like, you know, I actually do believe in this stuff. I want to leave my kids a country, you know, that they can recognize. And so it's so important to be in that fight. But I look at what they called me, you know, a traitor. Adam Schiff wanted to try me for treason, you know, a crime punishable by death. But Hunter Biden can take $1 billion from China, work for Ukraine oligarchs, you know, work for Russian oligarchs, money.
When did Hunter Biden take anything from China? This is a absolute lie, an absolute made-up fable. When has Hunter Biden been accused of taking any amount of money from China? So all of a sudden, he gets to come out here and make up a whole something that has never been said about Hunter Biden to make himself feel like a victim. Nobody told you to start running your mouth and to become a pretend politician. Yes, you are the son of a man who is robbing the treasury of the United States blind, who is making fake cases against their own IRS and saying that they are owed $10 billion. Yes, you can sit back and be a horrible builder and leave your children whatever spoils that your father is stealing from the treasury. Yeah, you can do that. You don't have to pretend to be some political figure when you have been elected to absolutely nothing. What the fuck are you talking about? Hunter Biden has not been accused of taking anything from China. The fuck are you talking about? How is Hunter Biden accused of working for Ukraine and Russia? Hunter Biden had a job working for a utility company in Ukraine. Hunter Biden has never been accused of working for anything in Russia. So just because you say it, everybody is supposed to believe it? Oh, because MAGA people are ignorant. So they're supposed to carry the water and the lies that come out of your fucking powder-filled mouth. Okay.
Launderer, be paid in diamonds off the books, not declare.
Be paid in diamonds off the books. I've never heard of that one. I've never heard of that one. I did hear about him doing paintings that sold for a displeasurable amount, something in the amount of $200,000. Something that he actually created and actually did. Work that he actually physically accomplished with his own body. But you, on the other hand, who has accomplished nothing and have been given us so much, you know, this Washington D.C. club that you charge people $500,000 to join to have access to your father. This D.C. private club to have access to your father. Do you want to talk about what you do to accomplish that? Oh, I don't think you want to.
Or anything in taxes, drop guns in dumpsters across from high schools, and it's like he's an upstanding human being. Then I give an impassioned speech, and they're like, "Oh, Don Jr.'s on coke."
You're you know, and I borrow your name.
Oh my God, man. He doesn't even look like he believes it.
He doesn't. That's why he's looking to the side like, how'd I do? How'd I do? How'd I do? Looks like he's been punched in the face.
Speaking of. So Snopes would even have a write-up about this, and they actually had the claim as unfounded. Again, we don't know. Here's the last video.
I get it. My guys, who I stayed in touch with, many of them are just dear friends. They're like, "Hey, dude, there's no way you would have gotten away with that." I go, "I know. Luckily, I don't snort cocaine. Like, it's not my thing."
I think he's trying to do an impression of his dad. And in addition, it's hard to tell, like, is he just a terrible public speaker or is he actually on drugs? Thoughts in the comment section below. If you can and are willing, please become a paid member here at TYT Sports and or go to tyt.com/join. In addition, you can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
I think he's just a terrible human being, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Let's see what MAGA's mythical white America is.
There is something about the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the nation that has these haunting echoes. The world doesn't trust us. It's not Trump. The American people put him in office twice.
Are the racists and the white supremacists of today the same as those who fought to instill racism back then?
J.D. Vance on July 5th, 2025, invoked blood and soil as the basis of American identity. I think Joe Biden is an avatar for the baby boomers. They wouldn't get out of the way.
You're right. In its 250th year, America, USA, is in deep trouble, and I cannot say with certainty that the country will survive. What do you mean by that?
We're going to have to deal with 7+ million people who have voted for Donald Trump over 3 times. What we need to do, and you do this, Ms. Zateo, is tell the truth with love, lit by rage.
If you live in the US, you may be conflicted about celebrating its semi-quincentennial anniversary. That's 250 years. On the one hand, it's natural to want to celebrate the country you call home, as do I. But on the other, you might not want the center of those celebrations to be Vanilla Ice dancing with Donald Trump on stage. This is not a unique feeling when it comes to this country's big anniversaries. In fact, from its founding to this day, every half-century celebration in the US has shrouded its divisions, its problems, and its struggles. My next guest wrote a book about those anniversaries and the truth behind their jubilee, which he says brought him to the brink of despair. America, USA, How Race Shadows the Nation's Anniversaries. is the latest book from celebrated public intellectual Eddie Glaude Jr. The distinguished Princeton University professor's book takes readers on a self-examination of this country's history that will change their perception of its 250th anniversary. And he joins me now to talk more about that self-examination.
Now, I am not going to play all of this. If you're not a subscriber to Mehdi Hassan Zateo, I really hope that you go over there and join his channel. Very thought-provoking commentary. I ran upon this and I loved this. I just want to highlight a little of what was said on this. This is in my description box. This link is in my description box on Mythical White America. Let's get into it.
Is each of them contributed to instilling what you call Storybook America and the attempt to reconcile this country as both a beacon of freedom, but also its origins as a white republic. What made you, Eddie, want to examine this contentious history in this very different way?
Well, Manny, because we're experiencing so much today. You know, there's something about the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the nation that has these haunting echoes. That there are these repetitions. That Donald Trump is unique in a lot of ways, but he's also, in so many ways, deeply familiar. And I was trying to really come to terms with how did we arrive here at this moment with all of the efforts around ICE and immigration, with the Supreme Court gutting the Voting Rights Act and the assault on Black voters and DEI and the like. So I wanted to say, you know, what happens in this moment when the country tells itself a story about its founding and its contradictions are in full view? And so, you know, I wanted to tell a 250-year history of the country without writing a book of the size of We the People by Jill Lepore. So I thought it would be best to just simply telescope it by looking at these ritual moments during the milestone anniversaries. And it just so happens that at each one of these periods, the country is exorcised by the vexations of race, by its contradictions. And so you get this story of haunting and repetition to help us understand our own moment.
And a lot of people might assume that your book was triggered by Donald Trump's return to office. But it's about a lot more than the racist sentiment of one man or one administration. I mean, I assume you would be writing this book regardless of whether Trump was in office or if we had our first Black female president right now.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, think about it. In 1876, the centennial of the country, the first national ritual after the carnage of the Civil War, this storybook version of America simply disappears Black folk. It ignores the reason for the Civil War that left 600,000 men and women dead on land and on sea. And what you get is this kind of mythic illusion that America is, in fact, as Ronald Reagan would say, the shining city on the hill.
Journalist. You talk about a white America frequently in your book and the notion of freedom being the white man's possession to give or to take away. When you look at the resurgence of white supremacy, especially great replacement theory, the MAGA crowd calling for America to be great again, how do you feel the sentiment towards Black Americans has changed over the past 250 years? Say, for example, going back to the 1850s, the Fugitive Slave Act, that's one period covered. My question is, are the racists and the white supremacists of today the same as those who fought to instill racism back then?
Well, I don't think they're the same. I think they bear family resemblance. You know, we want to be careful not to collapse different moments. I at Princeton, that isn't, you know, Jim Crow. That isn't slavery. I'm pretty much well off, right? My son is an Ivy League graduate. That isn't Jim Crow. But what we do want to say, though, Mehdi, is that we still struggle with the idea that some people, because of the color of their skin, believe that freedom is their possession to give and to take away. So I should be grateful to them for my successes, you see?
Yeah.
And so because folk believe that freedom is their possession, they, in so many ways, reinscribe a racial hierarchy that gives more value to being a white person than to being a different person of color. And part of what I want to do is to challenge this, because that's at the heart of the contradiction. The country imagines itself at once as this beacon of freedom, as you say, the creedal notion of America. But then it turns around and imagines itself as a white republic. That's all we have to do is look at immigration law from the first Naturalization Act to today. And remember what J.D. Vance said in July 5th. Creed is not enough for social cohesion, for sovereignty. J.D. Vance on July 5th, 2025, invoked blood and soil as the basis of American identity.
Yes.
And that, to me, reveals the contradiction at the heart of the country.
J.D. Vance's wife is the daughter of Indian immigrants. I should always remind people. Trump's return to office has caused many in this country to, in your own words, retreat into the safety and comfort of older prejudices that have long simmered beneath our way of life and now boil over again. Should Donald Trump, Eddie, leave the White House in 2028, and I'm not sure he will, but let's say he does, where do these Trumpian forces, as you described them, where do they go? How do they get released? How do we get rid of them? I mean, this is way beyond one man.
This is the key question, Mehdi. I think it's important for us to understand that Donald Trump is an avatar for something much deeper. You know, we tend to have these moments where we exceptionalize a particular figure and we think that's all we need to do is to get rid of that person and everything will be well. That's a Hollywood approach to country. And we've never really removed the tumor that causes so much of the illness of American life. So we're going to have to deal with 70+ million people who have voted for Donald Trump over 3 times. And we're going to have to deal with them by way of policy. And we're going to have to deal with them by way of, how can I put this? Creating a society where racism has no quarter to breathe. That if you choose to live in that way, you are sanctioned. And this is not cancel culture. This is just simply reflecting the common good of the country. We're going to have to do something deliberate, right? To not just simply allow dog whistles to drive our politics, but actually change the center of moral gravity of the country if we're going to get out of this cycle.
You said something about just a moment ago about giving racism no quarter. It reminded me of a tweet I just saw today, which I responded to. Congressman Brandon Gill, one of the more far-right members of the Republican caucus. This is a quote from Gill that he tweeted out today. For years, Democrats have intimidated and silenced Republicans by calling us racist. That won't work anymore. And I just wonder, we have a Republican Party now that is leaning into the racism.
Because they're proud of the racism.
Do you think the Democratic Party understands that point?
Some days I do, other days I don't. But I do know the world understands it.
Yeah.
The world doesn't trust us. It's not Trump. The American people put him in office twice. The American people have jeopardized the global economy with this guy. And so I think it's really important for the Democratic Party, that's captured by in so many ways, man. We have to be honest. It's captured by corporate forces. And we know that there's this effort to kind of continuously appeal to what they consider to be the middle, the independents that determine our politics. And in light of those two sets of pressures, they are reluctant to really, in so many ways, push an agenda that can fundamentally transform the lives of working people. And until that happens, we're going to be beholden to this politics. I think, let me just say this really quickly. I don't think American politics will change until we get rid of the consulting class that has been.
And let's be real clear that a lot of these, billionaire class are, 3 of them are South Africans who grew up in apartheid South Africa. So go over there and avail yourself to the remainder of this piece. Let's see how it ends.
Constitutes the crime.
So on that note, let me end with this question to you. I often ask guests, especially in this dark moment we're living through, about how they stay hopeful. But I have to say, I'm less inclined to ask you about hope after looking at your book, which you begin by saying, quote, I do not love America and never have, especially now. And then later in the book, you write, in its 250th year, America, USA, is in deep trouble, and I cannot say with certainty that the country will survive. What do you mean by that?
I cannot say with certainty that this country will survive either. I cannot say with any certainty that this country will survive, because they are tearing up every norm in this country, to the point where your Supreme Court is trying to actually say that they don't that they are questioning if the founders of and the writers of the Constitution were sober when they wrote the Constitution. These hacks that are in the Supreme Court now are questioning the mindset of the founding fathers. These people who actually gave free reign to a person like Donald Trump is are questioning the mindset of the founding fathers, who let that sink in. Let that sink in. So there is that. And maybe it wasn't maybe everything about the United States wasn't meant to flourish. It maybe shit. It wasn't meant to go beyond the years that it has gone beyond. Maybe it wasn't meant for black men to continue uh, uh, to curtsy and bow down to white supremacy in this country. Maybe it wasn't meant for black men to go from the men that they were in the 60s and the 70s to become fucking scared ass black men that they are in this decade. To become a bunch of men who turn to other men as opposed to becoming men who are the heads of their family, who are the heads of households. Maybe, maybe this country wasn't meant to continue on the way it has, the way it has fleshed out. You have more black men who are gay than you have black men who are heads of a family. I don't have anything against gay men, but I sure don't have anything against a man who is a head of their household either. I don't have anything against that either. I don't have anything against a divorced man, but I don't have anything against a head of a household either. I don't have anything against a man who stands up for his family either. I don't have anything against a man who don't sit up here and spouts the language that why Trump would have been a better person than the candidate that didn't speak about Donald Trump being the better candidate in the 2024 election. I have a lot of thing against a self-hating Negro. To this is where we stand in 2028. Where are we going to be in 2030? With these black men running around gossiping like bitches, like little hoes. Where do you see the black man kowtowing under skirts like little bitches, having nothing to say, laying low like little bitches? You see them nowhere. Being little hoes, being stupid. That's where you see them. Talking dumb shit, being dumb motherfuckers. Maybe it's time to break this country up.
Well, I don't want to fall into the what I take to be an adolescent approach to life, that somehow everything, the arc of America's story will always end in something good. No, no, no. I commend a more tragic vision, a more blues-soaked vision. And, you know, when I wrote that first sentence, I was trying to be truthful because I don't love the abstraction. In fact, some invocations of American patriotism, Mehdi, sound to my ear like a rebel yell. Yeah. It invokes something that is deep and visceral in how I was socialized as a Black person in Mississippi. I'm not interested in the abstraction. I love the people close to the ground. And my faith is in the capacity of human beings to be otherwise. We can be monstrous. That is clear. That is for sure. But we can also be miraculous in how we live our lives and how we can transform our circumstances. So I have an abiding faith in the capacity of human beings to transform their lives. But hope is not what I'm reaching for in this moment, surprisingly. I think one of my students at the end of my Baldwin seminar taught me well. She said, maybe it's not hope. Maybe what we need to do, and you do this with Zateo, is tell the truth with love, lit by rage, which means we must bear witness and bring light to our moment so that we can be the miracles that we can be.
Well said. You have some smart students. Eddie Glaude Jr., author of the book America, USA, How Race Shadows the Nation's Anniversaries. Thank you so much for your time.
It's time to tell the truth with rage. And the men in our society are underwhelming and not being the men that they need to be. Let's enjoy a little Kyle Kalinske. Speaking of rage, let's enjoy a little Kyle Kalinske. Trump is the Antichrist.
All right, so we got to talk about this here, man. So shout out to Status Quo and Jordan Sheridan. They're on the ground in New Jersey at Delaney Hall, where you have a hunger strike going on, where all these people held in this ICE concentration camp are protesting the horrific conditions.
If you don't think that they are going to do this to Americans, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't think that they are going to do this to American citizens, I don't know what to tell you.
That they're in. So you have a bunch of people slammed into a cell that's way too many for that area. You have like one or two toilets that are clogged and disgusting. You have people getting sick left and right and all over the place. You have moldy food that they're being given. It's just totally inhumane conditions, violating people's constitutional rights. It's cruel and unusual punishment. It's just a horrible, horrible thing to see. You have families being torn apart. You have people showing up. You have, kids that are having panic attacks and people that are suicidal because the family's being ripped apart. Just a horrible thing. One person talked on camera to Jordan and Status Quo, and then ICE caught wind of that, and they wanted to retaliate against them, and so they banned them from seeing their family member. This is just, it's literal like...
ICE has separated over 100,000 children from their parents. Over 100,000 children. Over 100,000 children. And yet you hear the DOJ come and talk about how many unaccompanied minors have come into the United States, and they are so concerned and this, that, and the other, while at the same time they have separated over 100,000 children from their parent and took out the word humanity in the separation of these children. But they want to come out like Todd Blanche came out, and Todd Blanche said that they have arrested 3 people in the cases about 450,000 unaccompanied minors that came into the United States. They've arrested 3 individuals, but they have separated over 100,000 children, and they no longer have to use the word humanity in the separation of these children. While y'all are watching the dumb shit that they say, but your for-profit media isn't covering this story because this story is not being covered because this story is the story that they are setting up to happen to your ass under all of these directives that they are setting up to determine American citizens as being enemy combatants, as they are setting up ways to set up American citizens to be. What are they setting you up to determine you to be? Not enemy combatants. They're setting you up to be. Oh, what is it? What is the exact term? I want to use the exact term. I'll think of it in a second.
Modern day fascist shit. This is fascism. It's here. It's here. It's happening, right? And it's in the flavor of anti-immigrant insanity. Okay. Let's start with this clip here. Again, shout out to Status Quo and Jordan Sheridan. Donald Trump is the Antichrist. You are his soldiers. So here we go. This is from the protest outside, and let's see what we have.
I'm from fucking out here. I'm from Kansas. We're gonna come from wherever the fuck it takes.
They're figuring out a way to determine you to be a domestic terrorist. This is what these camps are for. This is why they're continuing to do the things that they're doing and making sure, seeing how much they can do before they can get you to finally turn your head and say, wait a minute, that's crazy. And all of the crazy things that they're doing, nobody's paying attention. So when they start doing it to you, yeah, shit. Nobody's paying attention right now. They're gonna start grabbing your stupid asses up, and nobody's gonna pay attention then. You know, par for the course. You know, business as usual.
My full name is Robert Cody Billings, and I'm not afraid of any of you. Donald Trump is the Antichrist, and you are his soldiers. You fucking losers. What if they kidnap your kids? What if they kidnap your mom? What if they kidnap you?
That's a great question. What if they kidnap your kids? What if they kidnap your mom? What if they kidnap you? Well, they don't think about it like that because it's not happening to them, so they don't care. Look at this. Bombshell. Report reveals ICE has separated over 100,000 children from their families. 100,000. So this is a ProPublica article. More than 100,000 kids have had a parent detained in immigration sweeps, report estimates. Since the Trump administration doesn't track how many children have been separated from their parents by immigration detention, a Brookings report tried to calculate it, and it cited ProPublica's reporting. So this is incredible, incredible stuff that we're talking about here. They say, in response to the Brookings findings, the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, sent an oft-repeated statement that the agency does not separate families, adding that parents are asked if they want to be removed with their children or instead to have them placed with a person the parent designates. DHS said this is consistent with the practices of past administrations. However, guidelines for ICE officers encountering parents have changed. A document known as the Parental Interest Directive was given a new name under Trump, the Detained Parents Directive. Its preamble, which once instructed agents to handle immigrants and parents in a way that was, quote, humane, has been stripped of that word. So now in the official rules, before it was you have to treat people humanely. Now they officially got rid of humane. You don't have to treat people humanely. They've separated 100,000 kids. I remember in his first term, when there was just a couple of examples of that, people flipped the fuck out. He panicked and he reversed that decision. Now we are so far deep into fascism that they've separated 100,000 kids from their parents and nobody bats an eyelash. Nobody cares. Nobody talks about it. This is where we are now, y'all. This is where we are. Here we have a story where somebody inside the ICE concentration camp is incredibly sick. In fact, they're dealing with septic shock. Instead of taking them to the hospital to get proper care, which is necessary at this point, they're literally giving them Pepto-Bismol. You can't make this up. Watch.
I just can't believe they gave your husband constipation medication when he was in septic shock.
She gave him Pepto-Bismol. He's vomiting, profusely vomiting. She came, he didn't know what, he said, babe, they gave me some pink stuff. I said, Pepto-Bismol? He's like, yeah. I said, oh, so I called. I was like, you gave him Pepto? Ma'am, you could call back in the morning and talk to someone.
And did the hospital tell your husband or you that if he doesn't come back or he doesn't get care, he could die?
What the hospital told us is that he need more further care than what they gave him.
Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. Like, what are we? This is a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare. Okay, here we have another protester, family member of somebody inside the concentration camp, outside of it, screaming at the ICE agents. Here we go.
You should be ashamed of the job that you guys have.
Yeah.
Shame on you, my brother. Shame on you for the job that you picked.
Convict them with their Glock.
Shame on you. Shame on you for the job that you picked.
90 rounds
There's plenty of jobs out here, and this is the job that you picked.
Convict them with their
You're supposed to be our brothers and sisters of color.
Support.
Of color. You're of color.
With their body armor and their
And this is the job that you picked. Shame on you. Shame on you.
By the way, we covered the other day, again, shout out to Status Quo and Jordan Sheridan. They got the video. It was a protester outside who got shoved into an oncoming truck by an ICE Gestapo thug, and their leg got caught under the wheel and their leg got broken. Their leg was broken. All because an ICE thug shoved them into the way of an oncoming car. Now, by the way, I didn't see that anywhere else. It was here. It was Jordan Sheridan. It was Midas Touch, who works with Jordan Sheridan a lot and Status Quo a lot. But
no, he didn't. They didn't shove him into an oncoming car. They shoved him into an oncoming 18-wheeler truck. I also shared that with you from a Status Quo network. As a matter of fact, I will share that with you again. This is what the ICE agents are doing in New Jersey. And you don't see any of your for-profit media sharing that with you. Like it was okay. Like this is what we are doing. A compounded fracture. The man's leg was twisted 2 or 3 different directions. Let me find that for you. Let me find that for you real quick. Let me find that for you real quick. Now, Status Quo, if you are not a subscriber to them, I hope you go over there and subscribe to them. They are always on the ground. Let me find this video real quick. Mm-hmm. Day 13, live at Delaney Hall. Let me see. Let me see. Live from Delaney Hall. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if it's under videos. Maybe it's under videos and not under live. One day ago, agents run over. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh my goodness. It's a lot going on this page. Somebody's going to get killed. Journalist run over by ICE prison employee. Oh my goodness. So much is going on. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Here we go. I'm going to put this link in my description box as well. You may want to go over there to Status Quo. They are on the ground watching all of the stuff that is going on, all of the protests. We're going to get to the point of, we're going to show a little bit of this deranged, out of control ICE agent first. Let me share this link with you. Okay, I'm sharing it. You will see him swinging wildly. You will see him swinging wildly for several minutes.
A protester's leg got run over. Folks, with my own eyes, I just saw ICE.
Started waving his baton at the protesters.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Now, they say that it is reported that Proud Boys are among the ICE officers. Now, this ICE officer, he is quite proud of his activities out here, to the point that he is wearing a lot of these ICE officers are wearing face masks. No, he's proud. He wears no face covering, and he stands there and he looks like, yeah, I did this. Yes, this is my handiwork.
Yeah. So it looks like they're using a mix of gas, pepper spray, who knows.
And you see he's looking. See, he's looking to swing. He's swinging. Why? Why is he swinging? What order is he giving that is not being followed? What orders is not being followed? No, he just wants to hurt someone.
John is
even his own people are pulling him back as he continues to move forward, just to swing at and hurt people. Do you see this?
chronicling
He's being
right
held
now.
back.
I got sprayed in the eye.
He's being held back by two different officers.
After they were backing off, ICE agents were backing off, and then this guy right here that I'm showing, he pushed forward, started waving his baton at the protesters, and that's what caused them to go into the 18-wheeler.
ICE is moving now.
While the truck is still by. Straight. There's a truck.
I'm with you. A protester's leg got run over. Folks, with my own eyes, I just saw ICE push a protester into a moving 18-wheeler, causing that protester's leg to get run over by the truck.
No, if you don't think that that was intentional, if you don't think that that was intentional, when you saw the intent of it, I don't know what to tell you. Status Quo is covering all of this. Let me copy this, and let's get back to Kyle Kalinske and what he was telling you about these videos. Thank you, Very Carrie. Yes, please tap your screen twice to like the videos.
I didn't see this on any other news outlets. And I'm going, I don't know. I think it's kind of a big deal if a thuggish agent of the state shoves you into an oncoming truck and your leg gets a compound fracture as a fucking result of it. Right? I would think so.
This is the job that they pick to separate families. This is not okay. Not everybody that are in the United States are criminals. Not everybody. Let's go after the real criminals. There's plenty of real criminals out there, but you don't see them going after the real criminals. You see them going after people that can't voice, people that can't stick up for themselves.
By the way, it's factually true. I believe it's 95% of the people that they've gone after have no criminal record whatsoever. 95%.
That's who the people that you see. This is what I'm talking about. We have no visitation. We have no access to going in. The government.
And they're all out here playing fucking soldier. Look at them in their fucking camo. Camo doesn't work in an urban environment, you dipshit. You're wearing camo for like the fucking woods in an urban environment. And you got your fucking flak jackets on. You got your fucking paintball guns, your pepper balls, your fucking zip ties and shit. What is this? What is this? These are people with tiny dicks who play too much Call of Duty.
Government has no access nor to go in. How does that make us feel? How does that make us worry? I don't go to sleep at night thinking anything can happen to my husband. I'm so disappointed and I'm sick of everything that they're doing to these people.
Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. So let's remember, man, as I always tell you, this is not a federal agency. It's not. This is a criminal organization. And they're engaged in mass kidnappings and abductions and human traffickings. They've taken away due process. They are quite literally hiring criminals and known criminals to be these ICE thugs. There's over 4,000 people missing because of ICE, and many of them missing specifically from Alligator Alcatraz, that illegal facility that was set up as also a massive grift for DeSantis and his cronies to get wealthy. You have at least 40 people that died in ICE custody before they shut down the reporting of deaths in ICE custody because they're trying to hide it, because these are concentration camps and they know they're concentration camps. Okay? We know that ICE does slavery at their concentration camps. We know that they're out there assaulting protesters, including senior citizens and priests, and they've tear gassed babies and ran over people with cars and tear gassed journalists and zip tied kids and threw them naked in the back of U-Haul vans and took a Black Hawk helicopter and emptied out an entire building that was packed full of American citizens, and they deported a 4-year-old American citizen with cancer. And the list goes on and on. The list goes on and on. So this is who we're dealing with. We're dealing with an agency that fucking lynched a guy, okay? Allegedly lynched a guy based on reporting. This is what we're dealing with. There is no bottom for these people. The whole thing needs to be routed, needs to be gutted. The whole fucking agency needs to be completely and utterly eliminated. They need to be locked the fuck up. We need to throw away the key, because what we're dealing with here are the foot soldiers of fascism, and everybody knows it's the foot soldiers of fascism. And as soon as people realize the extent of the criminality, they will fucking forever lose respect for this fake agency. All right, y'all, that's the show. I love y'all very much. Everybody do me a big favor, subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. You could also support the show on Patreon, sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack, and of course, go sub to Corin's World and come hang out with us on Monday nights. All right, I love you guys, and I'll talk to you soon. Peace.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
All right, so this video right here is incredibly creepy. We have the CEO of Anthropic, Dario Amodei, and he is going to awkwardly smile and giggle through his answer about why Claude AI is being used by the Pentagon and how it may have had something to do with the bombing of the elementary school in Manab. Okay, so here, let's listen.
Bloomberg has reported that Claude is being used by the U.S. military in the war in Iran to do AI-assisted targeting via a platform.
Which, by the way, let's be clear about AI-assisted targeting. The move here is to wash your hands clean of people making the decisions, right? So we can commit war crime after war crime, but we go, oh, I didn't actually make the decision. No human actually made the decision. It was the AI that made the decision. So in front of a court of law, in the International Court of Justice, you try to hold us accountable and we'll say, we're not responsible. Nobody ever decided to pick that target. The AI picked that target. So it's all a ruse. The Israelis did this too in Gaza. They were using AI to pick targets in Gaza. Then they go, oh, I mean, shit. Oh, do we get innocence? I mean, we didn't even, it wasn't even us. Like, no person made that decision. It's the AI that did it. So if there's a mistake, blame the AI. See what this is? It's morally laundering horrific war crimes.
In February, a U.S. missile reportedly hit a girls' school in Iran, killing more than 150 people, most of them children.
Why this is important? I think Kyle, I think Kyle has this backwards. Why this is important is this is Anthropic. Now, they pulled that Claude AI because he said that he thought that it was so dangerous that they pulled Claude. But and they also wanted to pull it from the military because they did not want to allow mass surveillance, and they did not want to allow Claude to be able to do an anonymous killing. And Pete Kegbreath said, well, no, if we're using your AI, we should be able to do whatever we want to do with it. So that's why, for some reason, I think that he has it backwards. So, but this CEO is saying that now they're saying that they use Claude in this killing of these 168 schoolgirls in Manab. But what the CEO is saying is, no, you just cannot put this on my AI. You're going to have to say who approved this, because AI just cannot do it alone, because my AI has to have approval. You know, the thing that Pete Kegbreath wanted to make sure that the AI could do, you know, the thing that AI was able to do over in Pakistan, Peter Thiel's AI, Lavender, and Daddy's Home was able to do, able to unilaterally just kill a Palestinian without any approval. AI was able to make that decision to hunt down and kill Palestinians with only AI approval. So the guy over Anthropic, who she's talking to, is saying that his AI had to have a human hand to approve these killings. This is what we're talking about here.
Did Claude play a role in that strike?
We don't know exactly how, these models were used. Obviously, these things that mistakes that happen in warfare are really, really terrible. Like, this is a really terrible thing to happen. We were willing to risk the future of our company to limit how, these models are used. And, what you're talking about is a use case that doesn't even violate our red lines. We're worried that there will be 100 times as much, with use cases that do violate our red lines.
Using your AI technology to target a little girl's school does not violate your red line? Well, maybe your fucking red line sucks balls. Maybe that, right? Guys, you do understand what happened here. So this little girl's school, by the way, was close to like a military building, right? But here's the thing. We knew that, right? Like, we knew that. We knew that there's this girls' school and it's close to this military building, and it's like kids of the IRGC who go there. So they're like connected. And so I think they just did it on purpose. I think they did it on purpose. I think they knew what they were doing. They were trying to send a message to the IRGC that we mean business, and they killed their kids. They killed a bunch of kids, right? But like, according to him, hey, since it was in the complex that had a military building, like, this wouldn't have even violated our... Well, thank you for making the case for us. Like, the anti-AI people, thank you for making our case for us. That, like, you're morally laundering this and trying to make it so nobody could be held accountable for these crimes. And you guys are completely fucking primitive, savage, barbarian, backwards idiots who yeah, you may be smart enough to create the technical nature of the AI, but like it shouldn't exist, right? In the same way that like, yeah, you got to be really smart to build the nuclear weapons, but that probably shouldn't fucking exist. And here we are. And he's like smiling his way through this answer. Oh, this doesn't even violate our red line. What the fuck? We're talking about 168 little girls who were murdered, and this is your reaction?
Now, again, I would say I think overall the use of these models is appropriate. I think it's good on net. But military decision makers make terrible mistakes, even at the best of times. And I don't know if we're in the best of times. What we've seen here is Claude assists, but a human makes the final call. So a human made that final call, not Claude.
So before so it's the opposite, right? Like, oh no, we didn't make the decision. AI made the decision, and now to try to get the heat off AI goes, no, actually it was a human that made the final decision. What are we even doing here, bro?
In which, not Claude, because we haven't allowed it, but someone else's AI model, the AI model just makes the decision and the human never sees it. That's what we were standing up for. That's what we were fighting against.
You guys wanted slightly more regulation where there would be one more layer of people to say, yeah, bomb the girls' school. Others just wanted to bomb the girls' school, and that's why we're better, is we went through multiple layers before we bombed the girls' school. Huh? Oh my word.
Hold on. I wasn't even showing him when he was talking at first. Oh, let me start all over.
And he is going to awkwardly smile and giggle through his answer about why Claude AI is being used by the Pentagon and how it may have had something to do with the bombing of the elementary school in Minab. Okay, so here, let's listen.
Bloomberg has reported that Claude is being used by the U.S. military in the war in Iran to do AI-assisted targeting via a platform.
Which, by the way, let's be clear about AI-assisted targeting. The move here is to wash your hands clean of people making the decisions, right? So we can commit war crime after war crime, but we go, oh, I didn't actually make the decision. No human actually made the decision. It was the AI that made the decision. So in front of a court of law, in the International Court of Justice, you try to hold us accountable and we'll say, we're not responsible. Nobody ever decided to pick that target. The AI picked that target. So it's all a ruse. The Israelis did this too in Gaza. They were using AI to pick targets in Gaza. Then they go, oh, I mean, shit. Oh, do we get innocence? I mean, we didn't even, it wasn't even us. Like, no person made that decision. It's the AI that did it. So if there's a mistake, blame the AI. See what this is? It's morally laundering horrific war crimes.
In February, a U.S. missile reportedly hit a girls' school in Iran, killing more than 150 people, most of them children. Did Claude play a role in that strike?
We don't know exactly how, these models were used. Obviously, these things that mistakes that happen in warfare are really, really terrible. Like, this is a really terrible thing to happen. We were willing to risk the future of our company to limit how, these models are used. And, what you're talking about is a use case that doesn't even violate our red lines. We're worried that there will be 100 times as much, with use cases that do violate our red lines.
Using your AI technology to target a little girl's school does not violate your red line? Well, maybe your fucking red line sucks balls. Maybe that, right? Guys, you do understand what happened here. So this little girl's school, by the way, was close to a military building.
The use of these models is appropriate. I think it's.
And this is your reaction?
Now, again, I would say I think overall the use of these models is appropriate. I think it's good on net. But military decision makers make terrible mistakes, even at the best of times. And I don't know if we're in the best of times. What we've seen here is Claude assists, but a human makes the final call. So a human made that final call, not Claude.
So before so it's the opposite. That's how the Israelis used it, right? Like, oh no, we didn't make the decision. AI made the decision. And now to try to get the heat off AI goes, no, actually it was a human that made the final decision. What are we even doing here, bro?
In which, not Claude, because we haven't allowed it.
So, like I was saying, Anthropic almost got dropped by the United States Pentagon because Anthropic refused to do what Peter Thiel allowed Israel to do in Palestine. Anthropic told the United States that they could not do unmanned killing with their Claude AI in this war. And Pete Kegbreath came out and tried to smear Anthropic as a company, to downgrade and try to smear Anthropic as a whole company. And and they were supposed to cut their contract with Anthropic, but somehow, some way, they kept Anthropic on and used Anthropic in this war. However, they could not use Anthropic unilaterally to make decisions to kill people. That's what Pete Kegbreath wanted to do. Over in Israel, their AI, Peter Thiel's AI, they were allowed to do that. And when Peter Thiel was asked about that, I showed you Peter Thiel said, well, you know, he deferred to Israel, and whatever Israel wanted to do, Peter Thiel said he was fine. And, whatever Israel decided to do, Peter Thiel was fine with it. When they were asking about what Lavender was doing over in Palestine. And Lavender was making all of the decision. Lavender is Peter Thiel's AI machine that was being used by Israel. So there is a difference. There is a difference. And Pete Kegbreath, the no merit having Pete Kegbreath wanted to do what Israel was doing. He wanted AI to decide. So the question is, when is America and Pete Kegbreath going to finish this alleged investigation into the deaths of these 168 school children? You know, every time they ask about the school children, it's under investigation, it's under investigation, it's under investigation. But what we do know is that there is a human handprint on the final decision to strike that school. What we do know is that. So who's going to pay for this quote unquote mistake? Let's finish this.
But someone else's AI model, the AI model just makes the decision and the human never sees it. That's what we were standing up for. That's what we were fighting against.
You guys wanted slightly more regulation where there would be one more layer of people to say, yeah, bomb the girls' school. Others just wanted to bomb the girls' school, and that's why we're better, is we went through multiple layers before we bombed the girls' school. Huh? Oh, my word. We're so cooked. The Luddites were so right.
This school had a website. You could have found it in a Google search. Like, shouldn't Claude have spotted that? And does it speak to a scarier issue about using technology as a shortcut in war?
The principle that was obeyed here is a human makes the final decision.
Why are all these guys so weird, right? This guy reminds me of Alex Karp. That guy's weird. Like, these people are just weird. You have these, like, maladjusted nerds who are making machines of death and trying to create God in a computer, and everybody's acting like it's normal. None of this is fucking normal. Who gave these people this immense power? These shouldn't have this fucking immense power.
I don't know what role Claude or any other AI had, but, like, if this isn't an illustration why that principle is so important, I don't know what is.
Is AI warfare more likely to stop World War III, a war between the US and China, or is it more likely to make it happen?
I would say on balance, it is more likely to stop it. But if we have no limits on how it's used, then I think, it could be more likely to cause it.
Oh, that's good. That's great. That's awesome. So in other words, the path we're going down is let her rip, wild, wild west, do whatever the fuck you want with AI type shit, right? And he's like, oh yeah, that'll probably lead to more likelihood that we have World War III. Oh, great. Okay, awesome. Good to know. Good to know that we're making machines of death that will lead to more death and lead to more destruction. Good to know we're creating God in a computer and have no idea what the fucking implications of that are. Good to know. Good to know we're trying to replace humans, and these fucking demons, these AI tech demons, will say out loud we're trying to replace all human labor. And then also at the same time, we're cutting government services. So you can't get help from the government, you can't get a job, and you're just, what, supposed to die? Huh? Is that what we want? I guess that is what we want.
You've seen Dr. Strangelove, right? The premise of it was like, you have a doomsday device that automatically fires nuclear weapons when it thinks nuclear weapons are being fired at it. What could go wrong, right? I think the way conflicts happen is that, the two sides jump at each other. They misunderstand each other. And when we don't have proper oversight of this technology, I think those kinds of accidents are more likely to happen.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so Giannis Varoufakis says, there you have it. Anthropic CEO said it. The murder of more than 100 schoolgirls in Manab targeted by Anthropic's Claude is a use case that doesn't even violate our red lines. Time to rise up against these techno-feudal war criminals. I think that's exactly right, man. I think that's exactly right. And I don't think we know the fire that we're fucking playing with and what this could lead to. And it's just crazy to me to watch, like, the dumbest people, sort of make us take the shortcut to hell on earth. And that's what we're doing. Just like all these speeches at these graduations, the commencement addresses, where you got some boomer who's already, made a tremendous amount of money in their life and they're safe and secure, and they're up there going, AI is the future and AI is going to take everybody's jobs. And everybody goes, boo, boo. And they're like, why are you booing, bro? Why are you booing? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you told people they're fucking useless and nothing's going to come of their lives, and you're creating God in a computer all because you're a fucking selfish boomer and you think it'll help you get a delivery to your house 7 minutes faster. Fuck you guys. Jesus Christ, man. What are we talking about here? Oh, my goodness. So there you have it. I've yet to see one of these, and this is supposed to be the more ethical of the AI companies. I've yet to see one of these companies that doesn't scare the ever-living shit out of me.
Okay. So what does Peter Thiel say about lavender that was used over in Israel? Let's see what Peter Thiel has to say about lavender. Let me remind you about what he said about his AI, that they knew that could unilaterally decide to take the lives of people. Shall we? Let's, why don't we?
So what do you think about the use of artificial intelligence or lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets? And secondly, do you agree with Elon Musk about that the population decline is a risk for humanity?
Look, I'm not, without going into all the I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel because my bias is to defer to Israel. It's not for us to second guess everything. And
he's shocked. I can't believe you're asking me this question. I never thought no one would ask me this question. I thought that you would have some reverence to me because I'm a billionaire. And I never thought people would have the gall to ask me, a billionaire, this question when I'm creating technology that can decide to take the lives of people based upon no human input. I'm shocked. I thought that humans would have reverence towards me, knowing that I have created this technology. I have a bias. I defer to my clients, to the people who pay me. He's not going to even get on to. He don't give a fuck what Elon says about the population shrinking. Let's play this again. Let's go back a little bit again. The shock and awe of it all.
Secondly, do you agree with Elon Musk about that lavender by the IDF, the use of artificial intelligence or lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets? And secondly, do you agree with Elon Musk about that the population decline is a risk for humanity?
Look, I'm not, you know, without going into all the I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel because my bias is to defer to Israel. It's not for us to second guess everything, and I believe that broadly the IDF gets to decide what it wants to do, and that they're broadly in the right, and that's sort of the perspective I come back to. And if I fall into the trap of arguing you on every detailed point, I would actually be conceding the broader issue that the Middle East should be micromanaged from Cambridge, and I think that's just simply absurd. And so I'm not going to concede that point. And what was the other?
Okay. Also, if you're wondering,
more gang, there are some very disturbing individuals controlling society right now. Okay, we heard from the Epstein files, all these creepy, weird men behind the scenes.
if you're wondering why he has such a hard time answering that question, let me share with you why he may have had such a hard time answering that question for you. Because she was asking him about lavender in particular. This is a Peter Thiel creation that Israel used to make decisions. Let me remind you about some things that I have already delved into and we discussed here.
Goodman, the Israeli publications, Plus 972 magazine, and
all of these links that I have just shared with you are in my description box under. All of this is under ICE brutality because all of this came under ICE brutality. So that's where you can find all of these links.
Local call have exposed how the Israeli military used artificial intelligence known as lavender to develop a kill list in Gaza that includes as many as 37,000 Palestinians who are targeted for assassination with little human oversight. The report is based in part on interviews with 6 Israeli intelligence officers who'd firsthand involvement with the AI system. 972 reports, quote, lavender has played a central role in the unprecedented bombing of Palestinians, especially during the early stages of the war. In fact, according to the sources, its influence on the military's operations was such that they essentially treated the outputs of the AI machine as if it were a human decision. A second AI system, known as Where's Daddy, tracked Palestinian men on the kill list. It was purposely designed to help Israel target individuals when they were at home at night with their families. One intelligence officer told the publications, quote,
so if it's tracking them at home at night when they're with their families, does that let them know that they are also going to kill their family members? Yes, it does. Did it matter to them? No, it didn't. They killed their family members as well. Knowingly. Let's continue.
We were not interested in killing operatives only when they were in a military building or engaged in military activity. On the contrary, the IDF bombed them in homes without hesitation as a first option. It's much easier to bomb a family's home. The system is built.
They bombed them at home as the first option, not as the last option, as the first option. And Peter Thiel said he deferred the decision to Israel, and Israel, as the first option, deferred to bomb them at home with Peter Thiel's technology. Are we clear on everything? You can find this description. This is the last link in my description box. Why am I giving you this information? Because this is information that I feel that you can use. This is who our America system is telling you that everything is going well in the United States, and that the stock market is going so well because AI stock is going so swimmingly. And this is the what is inflating, artificially inflating our stock market. This AI artificial bubble that is inflating our stock market. And this is the best thing that this artificial intelligence is doing. It is giving the military a list of people to remotely take the lives of and take jobs away from you and I. This is what they're telling you, how everything is going so well in the United States, as you see prices going up everywhere you go. These are the lies that they are feeding you, but they are not giving you the detailed information, as your black men are running around like bitches, gossiping and doxing and doing dumb shit, having stupid conversation, being ignorant. This is what's going on. So I hope you guys had a great week so far. This is the information that I wanted to give you. All of the links that I shared today are in my link box. Um, uh, let's hope that some of our black men can pull their dicks out of assholes and start being men who have some consciousness. Let's hope some of our black men can start being real men and give real information, and stop trying to act as if there are some elite motherfucker who have some great secrets that they can't share with other people, or that will devalue of their uniqueness. No, motherfucker, there's nothing unique about you. You're just an average motherfucker that is scared to say anything about yourself. You're an average motherfucker. If you're not scared to say that you take 12 inches of dick, what are you scared to say to help your own brother or sister? If you're not scared to say that you suck dick, what is it you're afraid to say to help your brother or sister? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? The people that some of you adore won't show you the direction of anything that will help you improve yourself. Go to the link in my on my pages that will show you some things that you need to sustain yourself. Some solar generators, some water purifying kits, some things to collect your water in, some plastic containers that you need to save your water so your water will not go bad. We are about to reach and be into some bad times, my brothers and sisters. Don't believe the hype. Do not believe the hype. All of these highfalutin motherfuckers who are still begging from you. See it for what it is. What are they giving to you? Or are they just begging from you? Okay, I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day, of your week. And I will possibly be here on Friday for sure. If there is some breaking news on tomorrow, I will be here. Let me see if there's some breaking news right now before I leave. Sometimes there is some breaking news before I leave. Let me see if there is some breaking news right now. Shall I? Hold on one second. Oh shit, Donald Trump finally lost. Oh, Fox News is dragging Donald Trump. Let's see Fox News drag Donald Trump, shall we? It's always Donald Trump has finally lost Fox News. Now you know it's bad if Donald Trump is being dragged by Fox News. Even the morning show, even what is his name? Greg Guilford is dragging. I think his name is Greg Guilford. Let's see Donald Trump be dragged by Fox News. Shall we all have a little kiki? Oh shit! Trump finally lost Fox News. Is the title? Come on,
this makes absolutely no sense. That's unacceptable for everybody.
Everything about this deal seems bad to me. It all seems bad. It all seems like a setback. It doesn't seem like it meets.
He is no Obama. Now look at this black bitch from Jamaica who wanted to be the next MAGA star with her dumb ass. Talking all of this dumb shit. And the only reason she is up here is because she is a self-hating black bitch.
Any of the measures that the president actually put out there of his goals when it came to this conflict.
But he's at a bit of a political disadvantage because of the extravagant things he said about what we'd accomplished in the early going. You remember the goal at one time he said was unconditional surrender. Iran has lost a lot. But this is not unconditional surrender. This is what you get when you negotiate. You can't negotiate and not have to give up something.
But when I hear from administration sources some of the things that you have heard and what's in this deal, that makes no sense whatsoever. It's not defensible. We don't give them that money because what are they going to do with it? They're going to recover everything we've taken away from them. Who cares whether it's coming from the Arabs, from the Qataris, or whatever? They don't get it. They shouldn't get any of it. That's just the reality of it. They're going to take that money and recover everything. And you know that, Sean.
I've mentioned in multiple recent videos that Fox News is in the midst of a mass panic attack and mass revolt against Donald Trump over his disastrous Iran war, and more specifically, his disastrous Memorandum of Understanding, which is just objectively worse than President Obama's Iran nuclear deal, which Trump attacked, Fox News attacked, and Trump destroyed, and Fox News supported Trump destroying. And now we end up not just back at square one, but desperately wishing we were back at square one. So Trump is humiliated, Fox is humiliated, MAGA is humiliated, and we have to talk about Fox's panic attack and revolt against Trump. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, just to give you a snapshot of where we're going. When I say a mass...
Hold on 1 second. Infidel. Exactly whom are you speaking about has been popping up in your feed? Exactly whom do you think that you are no longer going to be nice to? Exactly whom do you think you can be mean to? I'm very curious. Whom are you speaking of and about? Exactly who do you think you can be bad with? I'm very curious. I know you're not talking about me. I'm very sure you're not talking about me. The fuck out of here. Let's continue.
Panic attack and mass revolt, I mean it. For example, as Mediaite reports, quote, this makes absolutely no sense. Fox's Brian Kilmeade torches Trump's Iran deal. Earlier in the deal, Fox's Brian Kilmeade calls out, quote, very vague and concerning Iran deal, lays it squarely at J.D. Vance's feet. Quote, this is his deal. Fox's Ben Dominic shreds Trump's Iran deal, appears to brand J.D. Vance, quote, hillbilly Obama in scathing commentary. Quote, most transparent administration in history. Fox's Dana Perino calls out Trump White House for keeping Iran deal.
Oh, so it's J.D. Vance's fault. Now, remember all during these deals and these negotiations, I was asking Who is negotiating this deal? That was always my question. Who is doing these negotiations? As J.D. Vance was always somewhere. Marco Rubio was always somewhere else. The Builder Boys were always somewhere else. I was always asking you, who is doing these negotiations, and with whom are they negotiating with? There was never any names given about who was doing these negotiations. There had been all of these pomp and circumstances about J.D. Vance and the Kushner kid and Steve Witkoff. They're going to catch a plane today. But in this last round of alleged negotiation, there had been none of this. They're catching a plane tonight, and no, there had been none of this. So now they're trying to say that they're putting it on the heels of J.D. Vance. Well, how come there wasn't any announcement and proclamations of J.D. Vance is on his way to such place to have negotiations? Are you fucking kidding me? This is all of this is on the president. If you guys have been a member of this page, you have heard me ask this a number of times in this last round of negotiation, because the thing that was obviously missing in this last round of negotiation was the names of who was in the negotiation seats. Let's continue.
Deal details under wraps. And Jack Keane, quote, most transparent administration in history. Fox's Dana Perino calls out Trump White House for keeping Iran deal details under wraps. And Jack Keane, retired general, Fox News contributor, retired general, shreds Trump's Iran's concessions on Fox News. Quote, they shouldn't get any of it. And there's more. That's how bad and collective this is in terms of the backlash. But let's go in reverse chronological order, starting with the most recent to least. Fox News' Brian Kilmeade ripped the memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran during a Wednesday morning interview with the Hudson Institute's Rebecca Heinrich. So let's take a look.
Hudson Institute senior fellow Rebecca Heinrich joins us now. Rebecca, can we just start on the Israeli portion of it? Israel has to, I guess, stop fighting back against Hezbollah, who's lobbing missiles at the northern part of their country. This makes absolutely no sense.
It makes no sense. And we also know, Brian, that there have been diplomatic attempts over and over again since the early 2000s to try to get Hezbollah to disarm. They will not disarm. It has never worked through negotiations and diplomacy. At this point, if this is tied to this deal, the United States would essentially be restraining Israel, our greatest ally in the region.
You can't blame Netanyahu for this. They're defending themselves. They just happen to be very good at defending themselves. It's not their fault that they're this strong and this devastating. And Syria is not equipped to take out Hezbollah. They'd love to. They have no missiles.
And Trump was the one who proposed that Syria do it in Israel's stead. And so now Brian Kilmeade is openly defying and contradicting Trump in real time.
Defense. Hezbollah's got rockets. Let's talk about the deal. What concerns you most about what we now know about this deal as we wait 2 days for the formal reading of the deal?
And we really have the Iranians in a vice, which is why I'm concerned that we would permit the Iranians access to their oil as we relieve this blockade. They would essentially have billions of dollars back into the IRGC coffers. I know the vice president continues to say this will be conditions based, but as far as I can tell, this isn't even be put in escrow accounts to trap it, to make sure that the IRGC complies. We have no reason to believe that they will. So they will be flooded with cash almost immediately. My second big concern is that the deal does recognize Iranian governance with other Gulf states over the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Iranians will say they just want to collect environmental tolls. They're not going to call it tolls, they'll call it fees. That's tolls. Brian, that's worse than before Epic Fury.
That's bad, folks. Again, I prefer this. I put my cards on the table. I prefer this humiliation to a hot war with Iran, which should have never been initiated in the first place. But I'm not going to grade Trump on a curve. I'm not going to kiss his ass, and I'm not going to pretend that this deal was a masterstroke. It's not. He should have just simply maintained President Obama's deal. And here you have Fox News openly panicking about it. But wait, there's more. Again, let's go to another clip as well Brian Kilmeade calls out, quote, very vague and concerning Iran deal.
Administration, the MOU calls for the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened in the near term. All right. The MOU stipulates, quote, that Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days. Hold on here. Best efforts? What do you mean best efforts? Just back out of there. We'll pick up the mines, not best efforts. That's a specific vague language. And what happens after 60 days? Word is they're going to get together with Oman, and Iran's going to get together with Oman and charge tolls.
Here's the problem.
If that's the case, that's unacceptable for everybody.
Well, the good news is gas prices have gone down, so that's great. If the strait is open, that helps. That helps with gas prices globally. Here's the thing, though, Brian. You're reading a list of what you think the deal looks like, possibly. There's another list here in front of me. There's another list here in front of you. What does the real deal say?
Trump hasn't released the official text of the deal. That's his fault. It's because he's embarrassed by it. It's because he doesn't want people to see it. He's desperately trying to spin it in advance. And again, I just want to remind you, you have Kilmeade trying to scapegoat J.D. Vance, and it seems to be the preferred tactics of the MAGA diehards. If they have to blame someone, they're going to throw J.D. Vance under the bus. More on that in a moment. They're worried about the fact that the deal allows Iran to immediately begin making substantial revenue based off their own oil exports, which was not the case before. This is, again, by MAGA's own lights, an absolute disaster. Speaking of scapegoating J.D. Vance, let's shift to a different Fox host, Ben Dominic. Ben Dominic is a Fox News contributor. He's not happy about this deal.
A very much worse deal than President Barack Hussein Obama. The man who tried to pin a better deal than Obama. The man who never lived up to a black man. Who tore up the deal of a black man. Who tried to pretend like a black man had a poor deal, who referenced this black man's deal as being something subpar, who has wound up paying hundreds of billions of dollars more to this country in blood and treasures, only to have a far more subpar deal than this black man ever penned. Let that sink in, MAGA. MAGA, let that sink in.
But rather than blame Trump, who's ultimately responsible, they try to scapegoat J.D. Vance because he's the face of this deal, the point man of this deal, even though Trump is ultimately the absolute authority as far as the Trump administration is concerned about whether or not the deal goes through.
I mean, Ben, it's not just Democrats. I mean, Mark Levin, others saying, here's an idea. If you want people to stop speculating about the MOU release the MOU. Don't brief just a few appointed ones to control the narrative, expect everyone else to sit silently. So that's where we are. However, to listen to the administration talk about it, there's like this exuberance, this optimism that they've reached this thing.
You know, this president has been I think he's been the best foreign policy president of my lifetime. I think that he's been incredibly bold. He has used American power to restore our sovereignty, to protect our interests, and to look out for the American people. And I think it was a gutsy call for him to go into Iran when he did. He didn't have to do it, but he did it. He thought it was the right time. And I still think that that was the right decision. This deal and everything that we know about it, to the degree that it is being spun in public by this, and behind the scenes by the administration, everything about this deal seems bad to me. It all seems bad. It all seems like a setback. It doesn't seem like it meets any of the measures that the president actually put out there of his goals when it came to this conflict. And look, at some point, this Republican Party needs to decide which kind of foreign policy it's going to have. Is it going to be an America First foreign policy, one that is bold, that uses American power in key moments decisively in order to affect what it wants to achieve? Or are we going to just backslide into being some kind of hillbilly Obama kind of GOP? That is not something that is acceptable to me. It should not be acceptable to Republicans, and it should not be acceptable to any conservative who is interested in the success of America going forward.
pretty harsh words. Fox News contributor Ben Dominic made clear he's not a fan of the Trump administration's peace deal with Iran that included a possible dig at J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance wrote the book Hillbilly Elegy, right? And he, hails from Kentucky and Illinois, in that area, Appalachia. So seems to me that, again, they're lining up to scapegoat J.D. Vance. But notice again the glazing. Donald Trump, he's so bold. But also, this deal doesn't accomplish any of Trump's goals. Indeed, it doesn't. That's why so many people on both the left and the right, as Brett Baer notes, it's not just Democrats, it's not just liberals and progressives. This is universal condemnation for this war and ultimately the deal. The deal was not worth the war. We should have never been in this war to begin with. And we're not going to, polish this proverbial turd and pretend that it's a diamond. It's not. And Trump deserves all the blame and no credit, none. And this foreign policy failure should be hanging around his neck, and he should be politically pummeled for it. So you might think, okay, well, surely that's it, right? No, Dana Perino lays into the Trump administration as well. Most transparent administration in history, Fox's Dana Perino calls out Trump White House for keeping Iran deal details under wraps. Quote, like we said at the very beginning, the victories are usually visible, clear, and understandable, and it's just premature to say. We haven't even read the information. If I were the Democrats, I'd be saying, quote, you telegraph everything else. Why won't you let us read the thing? And I think maybe there's two reasons for that. One, Perino said, things are still being worked out behind the scenes, which would be, I guess, understandable. It's like they jumped the gun, perhaps, in saying, there's a deal, everything's great, it's moving. But then an hour later, no, it's not, but maybe it is. And I tried to keep it with it all day long. I think the best thing we can tell our viewers is to say, we got to wait and see. It looks like there could be progress here, at least getting to the end, the possibility of oil starting to flow. I have a feeling we're going to be talking a lot about Iran, but nobody's read the document, so it's unclear what you can really say about it. Okay, so you killed all those leaders. Now the IRGC is in charge? So that's who we're dealing with, and that's what we're supposed to stand next to on Friday and sign an agreement that nobody's seen or read? This is the most transparent administration in history? Like, I can make all of those points. That's Dana Perino on the 5. But it's not just Dana Perino. We also have General Jack Keane. Fox News contributor Jack Keane did not hold back when offering his thoughts on the memorandum of understanding that Trump signed with the Iranian government. I want to play some of these clips separately. So let's start with this. This is a Fox News contributor, former general.
Action will be taken. But I can't square some of the things that are coming out of the administration from reliable sources. That's what I find so disturbing. When I heard it from the Iranians, Sean, I dismissed it. I said, that's the same nonsense we were always hearing. But when I hear from administration sources some of the things that you have heard of what's in this deal, that makes no sense whatsoever. It's not defensible. I think what the president should do is just let's release it and let people see what's out there so we stop debating about something none of us has seen.
Well, he's not doing it. He's trying to delay it as long as possible. And that just goes to show it betrays a profound lack of confidence on Trump's part. Even he is recognizing that this deal on the merits sucks compared to the Obama deal.
Well, you got the assurances from the vice president tonight, and the president is giving the same assurances. So I don't know how that really changes the equation, except in the short term. And then they get nothing unless they follow up on their, quote, promises that they are making. What the administration is saying, the positions they have taken, the promises they have given, nuclear dust, as it relates to ballistic missiles, as it relates to fomenting terror, all of those issues we covered. And if they don't abide, they get nothing out of the deal. And then I would imagine we go back to where we were last week.
I want to believe that. But if you have a reliable, high-level administration source saying we're not going to get rid of the dust, we're going to downblend it, that leaves them with enrichment.
The vice president just contradicted that.
And we're not going to take their centrifuges, and they're not going to take centrifuges out, and they're not going to take the cascades out, which means you can have weapons grade. And
Hannity is desperately, because Hannity is a Trump loyalist through and through. So he is desperately trying to spin this in Trump's favor, right? Well, the vice president contradicted it. Well, Trump is contradicting the vice president. I mean, they're tripping over themselves. There's very little consistency. But one thing that Vance has been consistently saying, which is to his political detriment, is that there is a $300 billion reconstruction fund that the United States is, if not necessarily directly financially contributing, is arranging. So either way, either we're giving them $300 billion or we're arranging for others to give them $300 billion. which is a problem. And again, to the general's point, well, what about the enriched uranium? Trump has been moving the goalposts on that too. Maybe we don't even need to go get it. He's buried in a mountain of rubble. It's fine. It'll be fine. It was the very predicate, allegedly, that prompted Trump to launch the war in the first place. And now you're saying we may not necessarily need to go get it? Or maybe we won't need it surrendered or destroyed, just downblended? Obama got the removal of whatever stockpile of enriched uranium existed in Iran under the JCPOA. You're getting a weaker, inferior version of that. And the extent to which they had enriched weapons-grade uranium, and they had more now than they did under Obama, is because you walked out of the deal. Can't stress it enough. One more clip from the general.
You can't have a nuclear deal for 10, 20 years, similar to the JCPOA. And the funding is real. There's a $300 billion investment fund. Who cares where the money comes from? If it doesn't come from the United States, I get that. Of course it shouldn't. But it shouldn't come from anybody. I mean, when we recovered Germany and Japan, the Nazis weren't in charge. The Japanese imperialists weren't in charge. Here, the Iranians are in charge. The killers and thugs are still in charge. We don't give them that money because what are they going to do with it? They're going to recover everything we've taken away from them. Who cares whether it's coming from the Arabs, from the Qataris, or whatever? They don't get it. They shouldn't get any of it. That's just the reality of it. They're going to take that money and recover everything. And you know that, Sean. You know that you can't trust these people.
So General Keane is actually yelling at Sean Hannity, stop trying to spin this. This is a failure. And if this were Barack Obama doing it or the Democrats doing it, you would be calling it as such. But Hannity is a hack. He's unprincipled, and he refuses to be consistent. One last clip, just to demonstrate that this is a mass panic attack, a mass revolt against Trump on the Iran deal. You have Brett Baer and his predecessor, Fox News contributor Brit Hume.
Well, it's possibly a great triumph if all the things he's saying are in the deal turn out to be in the deal and adhered to. But he's at a bit of a political disadvantage because of the extravagant things he said about what we'd accomplished in the early going. You remember the goal at one time, he said, was unconditional surrender. Iran has lost a lot, but this is not unconditional surrender. This is what you get when you negotiate. You can't negotiate and not have to give up something. So the administration is clearly given some ground here. You know, the president says, I think correctly perhaps, that none of the money that's been frozen or the sanctions relief that Iran wants to get will be forthcoming until and unless they play ball on the nuclear matter. But they will get their strait reopened to them as well, and that is the source of many millions of dollars a day. So, you know, there's going to be criticism of this, not just, I think, from Democratic partisans.
No, it's not. It's been universal. So, folks, again, I cannot emphasize this enough. I prefer this deal to a hot war, but I'm not going to give Trump credit where he deserves none, and he deserves none. This deal is dog shit compared to the Obama-Iran nuclear deal, which means Trump should have never gotten out of the Iran nuclear deal, which means he gets no credit for this deal. He gets all the blame for the chaos and the disaster, the lives lost, the domestic economic consequences, and don't let any of them try to spin this in his favor. It says something that Fox News, not just one or two hosts, but the mass collective of Fox News, with the exception of Sean Hannity, the consensus seems to be from many of the conservative contributors and hosts that this is a total disaster. And that's how you know it is, because they are desperate to grade Trump on a curve and give him credit for anything. And even they're like, oh my God, this deal sucks. And it does. In the meantime, let me know what you think in the comments.
Hi, I'm Ben Parker from The Bulwark.
And hi.
Benjamin Netanyahu says that he will continue the war in Lebanon. I'm pretty sure that the United States will continue to give Israel money to continue their war with Lebanon as well, because this administration is a whole fucking joke. This MAGA administration is a joke.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We're broadcasting from Belfast in the north of Ireland. The G7 summit continues in Evian-les-Bains, in the Alps in France. France with world leaders praising President Trump's so-called strong leadership amidst his tentative peace agreement with Iran. But questions linger about what's actually in the deal before the United States and Iran are scheduled to sign the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, in Switzerland on Friday. While the text of the U.S.-Iran deal has not been made public, CNN says it's obtained the full 14-point agreement. The first point calls for a, quote, immediate and permanent end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon, unquote. Iran's accused Israel of violating the ceasefire in Lebanon at least 84 times in the days after Tehran reached the tentative deal to end the U.S. war. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi spoke from Tehran Tuesday.
The end of the war also includes the end of occupation, without the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the territories they have occupied in the war. A full end to the war has not been achieved, and any military attack by the Zionist regime on Lebanon from now on, as well as the continued occupation of Lebanese territories from now on, will, in our view, be considered a violation of the Memorandum of Understanding.
Iranian officials warned of a harsh response if Israel continues to escalate after Israeli forces killed another 4 people in Lebanon. President Trump's criticized Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, saying the Israeli leader has to be more responsible in Lebanon. Following news of the proposed U.S.-Iran deal, far-right Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir said on social media, quote, Trump's agreement does not bind us. Israel is not subject to the United States. We are an independent and sovereign nation. My position is clear. We are not partners to this agreement with Iran. That does not ensure our security, and it doesn't bind us in any way, Ben-Gvir said. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Netanyahu's threatened Israeli forces will continue to occupy southern Lebanon in defiance of any ceasefire deal. For more on Israel's response,
So, let me ask you this. Now, all of a sudden, are we saying that Israel has the right to defend themselves once again? Or what is Israel defending themselves against as it applies to Lebanon? What are they alleging that they are defending themselves against, as they were the ones who invaded Lebanon? Can anyone tell me? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. But will you watch to see what this weak-ass president will do about it? Except send him more money and weapons. Let's see what this weak-ass president does about it. Except put the United States in more jeopardy behind the wheel of this war-hungry, war-thirsty, land-hungry, land-thieving Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's see what your president does about it. Absolutely nothing. Both of these war criminals, they're going to do absolutely nothing but the same thing that they have been doing for the past 3 years, with the help of Joe Biden as well. Let's be real clear about it. This shit is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay.
Go to Israel, to Tel Aviv, where we're joined by Ori Goldberg, Israeli political analyst and scholar, has written extensively on Iran and Israel. Ori, thanks for joining us again. Can you respond to what Ben-Gvir and Netanyahu are saying and what this deal that you, as far as you understand it, is all about between the U.S. and Iran?
Well, first of all, I think the most important aspect of the deal is what it's not about, and it's not about Israel. In that sense, both Ben-Gvir and Netanyahu are right, but to their own detriment, not as proof of their achievements. Israel was not included in the discussions. Israel asked to see an advanced draft of the MOU and was denied. This is an agreement between the United States.
Okay, hold on 1 minute. Let me get this. Jason Martin. To have a conversation in the chat that is full of bullshit. I didn't call anyone a Nazi, and I don't see anyone in this chat calling anyone a Nazi. So, Jason, if you want to have a conversation amongst yourself about Nazi people calling someone a Nazi, take your ass to your own channel, hit the start button, and start having a conversation with yourself. Go live and have the conversation with yourself about Nazis. Don't come in my fucking chat talking as if someone's called anyone a Nazi in this chat, you stupid motherfucker. I hate a motherfucker that can't stay on topic. Motherfuckers always want to be victim to something. Motherfucker, you can get your ass rolled around in this motherfucker. You ain't got to play victim, motherfucker. We can knock you around, motherfucker, and lump up your head, motherfucker. We can give you some lump on your head, bitch. You ain't got to play victim, motherfucker. We got some lumps for your silly ass in here. But don't come in here lying, you bitch ass hoe. Stay on task, hoe.
States in Iran, and it's based on Trump's interests and the Islamic Republic's interest. Israel is not a part of it. Does that mean that Israel is not bound by it? Ben Gvir is a dyed-in-the-wool populist. All he wants to do is set things on fire and sit back and enjoy the flames, and stick it to Israel's Palestinian citizens as well as Israel's Palestinian objects as frequently as possible. Any statements from him are not worth the paper that they're published on, if they're still published on paper. As far as Netanyahu is concerned, he is the leader of the country, but he has not completely detached himself from the United States. He can't afford to do that because he knows the truth. Israel can't do this alone. Israel cannot operate in Lebanon alone if it has invoked the ire of the world, and specifically Washington, towards it. The EU is just looking eagerly for an opportunity to sanction Israel, to review the Articles of Association with Israel, to show Trump that for once they're speaking the same language as he is. And I don't think Israel really has one significant ally left, which is, of course, Israel's doing, because it has consistently and emphatically burned all of its bridges over the past year or so. So I really do think that the most important aspect of this agreement, other than American-Iranian cooperation, is that Israel is not seen as a regional axis, as a force for stabilization, or simply as an entity that must be recognized no matter what. Israel is just not in the game.
So the assessment by Trump that Netanyahu showed no judgment in ordering a strike on Beirut has been seized upon by Netanyahu's political rivals, also media commentators, ahead of the election that's scheduled in Israel for October. What's the current political landscape in Israel? And as Netanyahu faces this growing friction with Trump and Israel's most powerful military ally, of course, the United States, can you talk about the pressure he's facing within his own Likud party and where he stands? Is this shifting the Israeli population?
To the best of my understanding, the answer would be a resounding no. It's not shifting Israel's population. It's actually, I think this is an interesting bit of the conundrum that you described, it's actually making Netanyahu and his policies seem even more inevitable. Because when his rivals criticize him, regardless whether they do it from the left or from the right, the only criticism that they have is, you weren't strong enough. You didn't do enough to secure Israel's future. You didn't do enough to calm Israelis in the north, which means create a strip of land that is completely empty of Lebanese, not just of Hezbollah. And when Israeli politicians are saying this, what they're actually saying is that Netanyahu's basic assumption, only war and hopefully forever war, makes Israel safe. That assumption is correct. So actually, this is not bad for Netanyahu. As his rivals struggle to put forth some kind of alternative position, the only alternative they can offer, or seem to be willing to offer, is an alternative that says we would have done it better. What would they have done better? They would have managed the war better. They would have been stronger. They would have been able to create better cooperation with Trump. They would not have been so disrespectful. But all of this goes to Netanyahu's management capabilities, not to the principle at stake. When it comes to the principle at stake, there's a broad consensus in Israeli Jewish society, and you can define it in various ways. One would be Jewish blood is worth more than non-Jewish blood in this case. Another would be the ultimate jackpot is complete. This is a term coined by Ehud Barak, our former prime minister. Complete freedom of action for Israel, where Israel can do whatever it wants, attack whomever it wants for as long as it wants, and suffer none of the consequences. Most Israelis still believe that this is the way to go. Israelis are not supportive of any kind of resolution, especially not with the Palestinians. Israelis think of the Lebanese state as weak, as unable to control Hezbollah. People who live in the north, Alex just published a story yesterday. It's been very quiet over the past few days on it.
Well, in the G7, Trump came up with a novel idea. You want to hear it? Here it goes. Trump said that maybe Benjamin Netanyahu should not, if he cannot fight the war in Lebanon without killing so many civilians, without bombing so many homes and apartments. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of civilians that live in these apartment, Benjamin. If you cannot do your war without killing so many innocents, maybe I ought to get the former Al-Qaeda guy who is now over Syria. Maybe me, the president of the United States, should get the interim president of Syria, the former Al-Qaeda guy, to go in and me, the president of the United States, should go in and request the former Al-Qaeda guy to fight in Lebanon on your behest. The president of the United States is saying that he will request the former Al-Qaeda guy. The former Al-Qaeda guy who used to be fighting our military, he's going to have him go in and fight in Syria. This is what your president of your United States said. This is what Donald Trump said. You don't believe me? Let's get to it. You don't believe me? Let's get to it. This is your president of your United States. You don't believe me? Let me let you hear this dumb ass motherfucker say this dumb ass shit. Is America great again, MAGA? MAGA, is America great again? Because MAGA's stupid. MAGA is just dumb and stupid. Here we go.
President Donald Trump is suggesting that if Israel is incapable of waging war in southern Lebanon without the mass killing of civilians, perhaps a former Al-Qaeda leader should take over the task. Let's roll C2 here.
I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it.
The result in Israel, across the political spectrum and the media class, has been one of deep struggle. Let's roll a little bit of the John Podhoretz podcast.
Trump is now saying Bibi is indiscriminately murdering Lebanese, but the Iranians are nice and they only want to help their country.
The people who just tried to shoot down and kill 2 of our pilots last week.
Yeah, and of course, who tried to assassinate him?
Yeah.
Tried to assassinate John Bolton? Tried to.
What's going on?
So I'm telling you what's going on. What's going on is something happened and he decided that he went the wrong way and he is ratcheting himself in the other direction. And it's almost as though when he was without restraint in the rhetoric that he was using, the militaristic rhetoric he was using, I only want unconditional surrender. I'm going to bomb your civilization. Da 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 da. Once he turns tail, suddenly Iran's nice, Qatar is brave, another thing that he said today, and you will always be my friend, and you were so brave and so wonderful in these talks, and Israel is the bad guy. So, which is where he's going. Like this is the opening this weekend. He went from Bibi is
Israel isn't the bad guy when they continue to make to do strikes, even knowing that this is going to break up the fucking ceasefire, the peace agreement. Would that not mean Israel is not the bad guy? Who the fuck is this bald head, fat face, long head motherfucker? You don't understand that Israel would be the bad guy in this condition?
What the F are you doing? And you're without judgment. And now you're blowing up apartment buildings in Beirut. And the Iranians are really nice.
Wait, did you hear any music there? Almost felt like I heard some music there. In any event,
Ryan had a vision.
The meltdown unfolded at MSNBC as well. It wasn't confined just to the podcast spaces. Let's roll the heartbreak from Tom Nichols here at C6.
How you characterize this kind of settlement other than the Iranians got what they wanted, the Americans didn't, and that's where we're going from here.
And then, Hagar, what does that mean for the Lebanese?
Yeah, it's a disaster, actually, in so many ways. So Tom mentioned here that the Israelis are now being held back. And it sounds, a lot of people, it sounds like a ceasefire would be a good thing, right? Normally that sounds like something you'd want.
Good. It's about time that the Israelis get held the fuck back. It's about fucking time that they get held the fuck back.
In Lebanon or anywhere. But the fact is that if we focus on Lebanon specifically, it's not there's no deal.
Over on Twitter and Telegram and Facebook, it's continuing apace. Put up loser.
Bitch, Wickoff and Kushner is going where the cash is. Their home is where the fucking cash is. They don't give a fuck about America, Israel, no fucking where. If them motherfuckers will set up a fucking home, them motherfuckers home is in, where is that? Where is Kurdistan, Afghanistan? Where is that? Where are the motherfuckers trying to buy that island at. These motherfuckers give zero fucks about a homeland. Motherfucker, they give a fuck about billions and free shit. Now, are these Israelis serious? Do they think that somebody gives a fuck about some heartstrings when they are living far better than the American citizens? Do they think that Americans give zero fucks about their heartstrings? Goodbye and good riddance.
Unfortunately, she goes, and we were wrong. We became comfortable, and over the past 2 decades, we fell asleep at the wheel. We missed the
You became way, way, way too comfortable because you had comforts while Americans were losing their health care and paying for your bombs and while you were living in comfort with full health care.
signs, and we owe you an apology. Israel was winning war after war, building up its economy, growing in Torah and mitzvot. At the same time, the West, especially America and Europe, was falling into an abyss of immorality and godlessness.
No, we were falling into an abyss of poverty and sickness and going without. While Israel was falling into richness and comfort and education and health care. That's what we were falling into an abyss of. As Israel was growing into more statehoods and more land and more ownership and more wealth. That's what Israel was growing into. Nobody gives a fuck about what you think of godliness and the lack thereof. Godliness and religion, that's a personal thing. Nobody gives a fuck what you think about someone else's godliness. Your godliness is your personal thing. And I don't give a fuck what you think about mine, and I don't give a fuck about yours. So that is not a heartstring you're gonna pull on me. Bitch, I give a fuck about how the quality of your life had improved on the fucking welfare that you were getting from my tax dollars. That's what I give a fuck about.
Jerusalem Post had, quote, sold their brothers. Israeli right-wing figures brand Witkoff, Kushner as losers over Iran deal. Kushner and Witkoff really coming in for some serious abuse here.
It's tough. It's tough to be on.
Laura Loomer not taking it well. She watched a clip of the World Cup. Iran, after scoring an equalizer, one of their players did the old pistol thing to the ground and to the crowd. Ooh.
And Loomer said
that well.
Loomer replied?
Loomer, insane that these freaks are allowed to come to the U.S. By the way, they detained the guy who scored the goal for like 7 hours, and he still scored. And they were not even letting the Iranians sleep here. Like they have to fly in and fly immediately back out.
But Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are negotiating with them simultaneously. And we're cutting a deal with them through economic development, unfreezing assets, lifting sanctions, and you can see why the tears are flowing. No question about it. You know, my question is really the rallying around Trump that some of his biggest critics in the last 24 hours have done since February. You look at that and you just ask, what did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen? Were you so confident that Donald Trump was going to do the full Netanyahu? And I mean, you and I obviously still have criticisms of what Trump is doing. It's not as though we're like, oh man, Donald Trump, such a realist. He's really giving the finger to the neoconservatives. No, he did the war. He did the war. But if you're Donald Trump, you're probably looking at Mark Levin now and you're like, maybe I shouldn't have listened to you.
Yes, a lot. You're hearing that a lot in the Israeli political class, that Netanyahu sold Trump a bridge.
Yeah.
Trump bought it, and that he's not going to be able to sell Trump any more bridges. And that he's really burned that bridge, in fact. We can put up C4, Amit Siegel, who's the journalist who was closest to President Trump, to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, posted in Hebrew, which Sagar helpfully translated here.
Claude helped Sagar.
Claude helped
help
Sagar
us.
translate, of course. I'm not claiming Sagar speaks Hebrew. Finding that the support for Trump is collapsing. Within 3 weeks, he went from what? Plus basically 25 minus 25, give or take a few. Like an absolutely incredible turnaround. Trump hates it when people don't like him.
Yeah.
So as JD Vance shares this information with him, I think Trump's position is probably just going to harden on this question. I don't think this is going to soften him. Like, he likes people who like him, dislikes people who dislike him. It's pretty much that simple.
Right.
He was fantasizing recently about maybe he'd run for a prime minister in Israel because he has 99% approval rating over there. That was several weeks ago. I think that his campaign is much less tenable at this point. If he wanted to run. Now, this has actual, I think, practical, real world implications here, because the domestic politics now inside Israel are going to push not just Netanyahu, but other candidates for prime minister to try to draw daylight between themselves and the United States. For decades, the way that you became prime minister in Israel was to say, I am the most loyal to the president likes me the most, and so I will forge the best relationship with the United States. Like, that was the thing that you would argue. And then you'd have your positions for and against the different domestic policies. But when it came to the foreign policy, the idea was, I am the one that can build the relationship with the United States. And Netanyahu would always say, just leave the Americans to me. I know how to work the Americans.
Yeah.
Now, Netanyahu is more popular than Trump. And Netanyahu is not very popular. So Netanyahu is incentivized to say, I am the one who will stand up to Trump. Then what does he have to do? Let's do something. Does he continue the war in Lebanon? Does he refuse to withdraw troops?
Yeah.
And then what does Trump do?
Right.
Because if Iran says, well, then that's over our red line, we're attacking Israel, does Trump, now that Netanyahu is fully broken with him, does Trump attack Iran on Netanyahu's behalf if he's out campaigning against him? Or does Israel now have to wage a war against Iran by itself? With its, as we reported, they're down to double-digit ballistic missile interceptors. They rely on the U.S. Navy's ballistic missile interceptors. And in order to carry out their bombing runs on Iran, they need refueling help from the U.S. Recently, when they struck Iran, if you notice, they did it from Western Iraq because they couldn't refuel. That's much more expensive. You're using expensive munitions. The munitions have a lower payload because they have to travel then much further. If you can just fly right over top with a gigantic B-52 and just B-2 and just drop the heaviest stuff you've got, boom, that's going to have the most impact. If you have to fire a missile from Western Iraq from a plane that has to then turn around and go home, it's easier to intercept, it's less accurate, and it's going to have a lower payload. So that's what Israel's left in its war against Iran. Iran's still sitting with a bunch of its hypersonic ballistic missiles, and Israel's depleted. But like I said, domestic politics push Netanyahu in that direction, but it's disastrous to his foreign policy. Like, he really screwed himself.
And some of this is yet to be determined, because we don't know. We've covered this over the course of the show today. Like, we don't know what happens in the next 60 days. We don't know if Trump actually does. And
okay, there's that. There's that. There's a lot. Okay, is there anything else that I want to share with you today? I think that's it. I think that appears to be it for me. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Let's see.
This is turning into one of those.
How is the ballroom going to cost us more money? Let me see.
Math problems that reads like, if a train leaves Paris at 5:54 p.m. with 3 dozen fresh baguettes, and a bicyclist leaves Amsterdam after eating 2 of those gigantic pancakes, How many ducks get to eat free at Subway in Des Moines, Iowa? And a math problem that goofy can only be pointing to one thing. That's Donald Trump's ballroom. And you'll recall back in February of last year, Trump's ballroom would cost $200 million. All of it private. By December, $400 million. No taxpayer dollars. But this week, the contractor's own internal paperwork put the real cost at around $600 million. Hell, the way that Trump's economy is driving inflation, by Labor Day, the ballroom will cost more than the GDP of Portugal. And that's before Trump adds a moat full of gold-painted alligators or whatever tacky crap he decides to add. But it's not the price tag that's the most offensive part. My outrage here is driven by what Donald Trump promised standing there in the Oval Office. Standing in front of reporters back in the spring, he said, "This is taxpayer-free. We've got no taxpayer putting up 10 cents. He said it would be paid 100% by him and some friends of mine. Beautiful, patriotic, a grand gift.
Lindsey Graham said, well, you know, the taxpayer has to pay for it because it's for national security. So the $400 million that his friends are paying, you know, maybe they can use that for the decorations, you know, for the china and things like that. Well, of course, Lindsey Graham wants you to be the grand decorator. They can use the $400 million to buy the china and the stemware and silverware and things like that.
To the nation, not one dime of your money.
This is being financed privately. It's a donation that's being given by companies, very rich people, so that for 150 years they've wanted a ballroom here. We're going to have the finest ballroom, I believe, anywhere in the world. And he said, we need congressional approval. Well, they don't get congressional approval from the White House. When they do things, they don't, especially when we didn't ask for any tax money. We have no tax. This is taxpayer free. We have no taxpayer putting up 10 cents. And I see right here, I just wrote it out. He said, we need congressional approval. Well, we built many things at the White House over the years. They don't get congressional approval when they build in the White House. It's totally separate. And especially when it's a donation. I mean, the ballroom is a donation. What's not covered perfectly is the fact that the judge said we need congressional approval. Many things have been built in the White House. They haven't gotten congressional approval, especially when the money is being not put up by the taxpayer. The taxpayer's not putting up a dime.
Survey says that's a lie. A big, greasy, marble-floored lie. And we know it's a lie because the Washington Post got the contractor's actual estimate from Clark Construction, the firm that's doing the job. And they told the White House back in March that the project is going to run $600 million. And of that, only $293 million is coming from private donors. The rest, more than $300 million, comes from people like you and me.
But I'll give you an example. You have right here, $300 to $400 million, depending on finishes. If I use very expensive marble.
Wait a minute. Whoa, hold on. You mean he knew way back then? You mean to tell me this motherfucker knew way back then that this thing was going to cost over... I got to rewind. Because I was looking at my dog do something. You mean to tell me way back then Donald Trump knew that this thing was going to cost over $600,000 and he sat out here and told you that it was going to cost $200,000 and that he had collected money from his friends? Let me rewind this. I was paying attention to my little pooch.
$100 million comes from people like you and me.
But
floored lie. And we know it's a lie because the Washington Post got the contractor's actual estimate from Clark Construction, the firm that's doing the job. And they told the White House back in March that the project is going to run $600 million.
Black in March, they told him it was going to run $600 $200 million. Bitch, what? Bitch, what? That's why every other week it went from 200 million to 300 200 million to 250 to 300 to 350 to 350 to 400 million. Is that why it went up $50 million every week?
And of that, only $293 million is coming from private donors. The rest, more than $300 million, comes from people like you and me.
But I'll give you an example. You have right here, $300 to $400 million, depending on finishes. If I use very expensive marble, if I use very expensive wall coatings, I could bring it up to 400. Otherwise, we're right now ahead of schedule. We're under budget. But depending on finishes, from $300 to $400 million are being given by great people, people that you all know, rich people, rich companies, big companies. So we feel, and we don't feel, we know that congressional approval is not necessary to put up a ballroom. And many things have been built on the site, they've never gotten congressional approval. And especially when the money is all put up, this is all donations by people that love our country, that love the White House, and that feel it was very necessary.
And we have sources of this taxpayer money. It's coming from other programs. $155 million out of the Secret Service. $149 million from the White House.
The show don't need that Secret Service money. The Secret Service has been doing a stand-up job by letting that guy run through the metal detectors as they were taking them down before the White House correspondent dinner even got started. The Secret Service has been doing a bang-up job, and despite the bang-up job they have been doing, fortunately, no one has lost their lives. What else? What other department have they been taking the money from?
House's military office. $3 million from the executive residence. Even people inside the White House.
Well, Melania don't live in the executive residence. I guess that's why they tore it down. There's that.
Called tapping the Secret Service for this, a real stretch of the agency's mission. You think? You've got men and women who throw their bodies in front of danger, and now they are apparently the chandelier acquisition department for Pharaoh spray tan over there. And when Congress sniffed this out, Trump's pals tried to ram through that separate $1 billion in ballroom security funding. And it was conveniently after that suspicious correspondence dinner incident. And to their credit, 7 Republicans crossed the aisle and helped the Democrats end that bill. Even Susan Collins.
I have concerns.
Donald Trump's own pledge to his donors should be kept. And I just want to keep going back to the big picture here, right? This ballroom, $600 million. And yet grocery prices are still punching people like you and me in the face every single week. Rent and mortgage, it's brutal. Healthcare costs skyrocketing. And you have the President of the United States tearing down the historic East Wing of the White House, dumping rubble at a golf course like a mobster. And now he's reaching into the budget of his own bodyguards so that he can build himself this 999-seat ballroom that the average taxpayer will only ever see from 200 yards away through an iron fence. You are literally paying for a party you'll never be invited to in a house that you are no longer allowed to think it's yours. And let's talk about these friends of mine, these Trump donors that are covering the private half. I've covered it a little bit, but think about it. This is its own little swamp. And remember, when a president builds a personal monument to himself and lets corporate donors chip in 9 figures, just ask, what do those donors have in front of the federal government? Because a lot of those deep pockets that were writing the ballroom checks are companies that also hold or want bigger federal contracts worth far more than they are donating. They might also have mergers or investigations that the right political influence could definitely impact. Meanwhile, the part of it that you and I are being forced to pay, that keeps climbing. $200 million, $400 million, $600 million. Every few weeks, that number grows and it adds another comma. And for every few weeks, the excuse just gets a fresh coat of paint. This is Donald Trump's entire con poured into just one tacky building. Take this public thing, slap your ego, your name on it, bill the public, and then say it's a gift to the nation. Donald Trump told us that this would cost us nothing. And now it's going to cost us more than $300 million and counting. And it's coming out of the budget of the people that are risking their lives to save his. Do me a favor, hit that notification icon down there, because whenever they do fuzzy math, I want you to know about it.
Okay.
Welcome to a special edition.
Levin and Megyn Kelly are still trading blows online as this conservative civil war of sorts continues to heat up. There's no signs of it letting up. Cenk, I know you did a live video on this as it was developing, but I'm curious what your 2 cents are.
Yeah, so this is my favorite thing in the world.
Mark Levin and Megyn Kelly, they have been fighting left and right. Let's get to the fight.
This is genuinely funny, as if TPUSA would ever bow to Christian loather Levin Sobiek to be banned from future events, writing Decision Time, and Megyn, bigot and Jew hater, now making light of the Holocaust. So if that's what the shirt, in fact, is making light of, that's pretty gross. So I'm upset about that as well. But Mark Levin using that to attack like Megyn Kelly is a weird choice, which we'll get to in just a minute. On Monday, he wrote that a week ago, Posobiec was a little-known bigot and Jew hater. Now he's a little-known delusional bigot and Jew hater. Prayer doesn't seem to be working for him. In fact, he's so busy hyper-posting. When does he have time to pray? And then he implied that Turning Point should ban Posobiec from future events. Who are... I love how this guy thinks he's like the dictator here. Like he gets to decide what every organization does or doesn't do. But he's calling for Posobiec to be banned from future events, writing Decision Time. And Megyn Kelly responded to that, saying Mark Levin, who is spiraling because he mocked Catholics praying the rosary and his hatred is evident for all to see, actually thinks he can besmirch Jack Posobiec out of Turning Point USA. Good use of the word besmirch. This is genuinely funny, as if TPUS.
Oh, thank God that Turning Point USA has become a laughingstock and a total joke. I am so happy that Turning Point USA has become the joke that it has always been. And I thank God that people have set up and used positioning of being anybody or having any position at Turning Point USA as some type of shield, as some type of ploy for power and positioning in this administration or proximity to power, and it is absolutely crumbling under the guise of this fake crying ass Erica Kirk. Thank God this whole fucking fake white nationalist Christian leadership marry as soon as you get out of high school and not have any way to support your wife and family bullshit mission is crumbling. Thank God.
Say would ever bow to Christian loather Levin, dying laughing. I don't know, Megyn, they might, but I'm curious what you think, Cenk.
Yeah, so I love every piece of this because there's so many interesting plot developments here. All right, number one, so Myron Gaines' shirt, in my opinion, is out of bounds. The fact that it's out of bounds is just noted. He doesn't get canceled, nothing happens to him. I just am not in favor of that. In 80% of the charges of anti-Semitism, it's nonsense. It's just a way of defending Israel. They planted all these trope landmines, etc. But 20% of the time, are some people against Jews? Yeah, of course, right? And so Myron Gaines seems to be in that category. So now what Levin does from there on is what's, of course, standard Israel first procedure. Okay, we've got a guy who's said plenty of bad things, but in that particular case was wearing a bad shirt, okay? So, okay, but I don't agree with him at all. All right, so then he says, since Posobiec was standing next to him and smiling, Posobiec is canceled. No, there's no smear by proxy, smear by standing next to a guy. And he's like, but in the picture, he was smiling. I don't know what he was thinking in the picture. What is this nonsense, right? Then he says, okay, then Posobiec brings out the rosary beads at TPUSA. That's, of course, to rub it in the face of Jews and saying you don't belong here. And that's why he's an anti-Semite. That doesn't mean that at all, okay? It is another giant step because now he has to call Posobiec a quote unquote Jew hater. And this is Megyn, now we're at the third level. This is 6 degrees of Mark Levin, right? So now we're at the third level, which is Megyn Kelly says she won't condemn Posobiec, who wouldn't condemn Myron Gaines. She's a Jew hater and she needs to be canceled, etc. Now this is
so crazy.
It's totally
so
nuts.
Crazy. It's like high school drama, like this whole guilt by association. Like, can you imagine going around demanding that people condemn others that you don't like and then calling them bigots and anti-Semites because they refuse to disavow the people you don't like? That's crazy. How about you judge someone based on their own character, what they say, what they do? But no, this is like a cult. It's genuinely a cult. Anyway, sorry, continue.
Yeah, well, that leads, of course, I totally agree. And that leads to 2 other things. So now, the reason why Mark Levin does this is because he's used to it. And in the past, Anna, as we know, to be fair to Mark Levin, this one trick pony was the greatest pony in cancel culture history. You call somebody an anti-Semite, they're done forever. Their career is ruined, nuked, gone, right? So he's like, wait, I don't get it. I already called you an anti-Semite. Why are you still here? Because normally what would happen is the rest of mainstream media would come in and go, that's it, we officially declare Megyn Kelly an anti-Semite. She's the worst person and anyone associated with her is the devil, etc. And she would be nuked. But
Laughing Stock was canned for promoting blackface on Halloween. You see, she was always a degenerate bigot. That's interesting, Mark, because you never had a problem with Megyn Kelly at all until very recently. So she's always been a degenerate bigot and you loved her until now? Why? What happened? What changed? Yeah. This is why she's cool with Candace Owens and Jack Posobiec. This is why she slobbers over Qatar.
Well, if she's always been a bigot, she wouldn't be cool with Candace Owens. You're mad because she is against Israel, Mark Levine. Get the fuck out of our faces.
This guy is a total lunatic. She's part of the woke Reich, the queen of the modern clan. More to come. Kelly hit back without.
She's part of the woke Reich, a part of the clan. She's part of the woke Reich. She's woke, but she's part of the clan, and she's a friend of Candace Owens, but she's part of the clan. Because you feel that since she's not holding the water for Benjamin Netanyahu, and she's speaking about the genocide that is going on in Palestine, and you are in your feelings about it, that she is everything that is fucking opposed to everything else. She is a polar opposite of everything that you are purporting that she is. Because she is not upholding and a cheerleading for a genocide of Palestinian people. You are such a fucking idiot, Mark Levine. And
Mentioning her pastor
Mark Levine is who your president is telling you to listen to Mark Levine and go to Mark Levine show. And he is telling you what to think, believe, and understand when it was coming to the war in Iran, to understand the positioning of Benjamin Netanyahu. But I'm pretty sure that your president won't be sending you to Mark Levine anymore.
Marks, you're just upset because I'm not afraid of you or your baseless slurs. You're an old, irrelevant, bitter, angry man who could never make it in the Fox News primetime. We used to laugh at you there for your red-faced tantrums over everything. Oh, that was pretty good.
Megyn Kelly, don't seem like you can make it there either. Let's keep it a buck, bitch.
Now, Breaking Point's host Emily Jasinski, went back and forth and basically found how Levin reacted to Kelly getting fired in 2018. So she dug this up, and I'm so happy she did, because here's what Levin had to say back in 2018. The real reason Megyn Kelly was fired by Andrew Lack. So he's sharing a piece about it. MSNBC didn't fire Joy Reid, yet NBC is pushing out Megyn Kelly. Interesting. So he's basically bringing up that scandal from 2018 to serve his own purposes today, when at the time in 2018, he was totally defending Megyn Kelly. So yeah, that's the kind of guy he is. I mean, again, the number one priority for someone like Mark Levin, it's not doing the right thing. It's not protecting vulnerable communities from bigotry or hatred. It's not about reporting the truth.
It's about Israel.
It's really just about defending Israel. And if you happen to be an individual on the right who has refused to disavow other conservatives who have been critical of Israel, well, according to Mark Levin, you're part of the third, what was it?
The woke Reich.
The woke Reich. I mean, it's just so disgusting and pathetic.
So let's talk about who changed, because I'm pretty sure that the entire right wing defended Megyn Kelly on the blackface comment. So now all of a sudden, Mark Levin is a super liberal who is outraged and aghast at her blackface comment. I don't remember that. So obviously, Mark Levin changed, right? And in fact, Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro were both never Trumpers. And my God, have they changed. And in fact, if you track it, you will see them.
I guess I don't care as much about this as I thought I would.
That I'll do two more comments that are fun from leftover from the main show. Doodle Dragon Amron said, "Happy 2 Tuesday."
Laura Looney demands that Tucker Carlson and Candace Owen be deported. I thought that this bitch was the Israeli bitch. Well, shouldn't she be deported to Israel then? Shouldn't she?
Day you too. Love you, TYT. Welcome back to the Thunderdome, Jank.
Did I miss it already?
We missed you.
Here because homeboy was spitting bar.
Did I miss
Definitely
it?
leaving, and we're gonna go for.
Did I miss it?
Into it. That is my prediction, and it has 100%. If you're not
exactly who the bad guy.
And as we all know, Israel is eyeing the merging of the IDF with our own military. They're also seeking to enter some sort of agreement where the United
does every single time, and our government officials will come heads. Either they continue the wars or face the consequences of a violent mob.
Man is, but nonetheless, he's absolutely livid, Jay.
And to be,
you're about to hear from a chorus of Israel firsters.
Because it gets us to peace. It ends the inflation. And they've killed 100 times the civilians of that Hamas and Hezbollah have. So if Hamas and Hezbollah are terrorists, then obviously Israel is terrorist. But Jake Tapper would never, ever tell you that, because his job is to protect Israel. Let's go to Twitch first.
Way she's dedicated most of her time, and if you just check her social media activity, all of her time is spent. She's dedicated most of her time, and if you just check her social media activity, all of her time is spent trying to get the Trump administration to investigate anyone who's critical of Israel. All right, take a look.
Tucker Carlson was actually on a show yesterday rallying for Iran, saying, well, at least the Iranians hate the Jews, and at least the Iranians are supporting the Palestinians who are being genocided. Therefore, I'm for Iran. Wish I was joking, but that's what he said on his show.
Iran, which is bombing Arab countries and destroying Arab countries, is more popular in some Arab countries than it was at the beginning of the war. Now, how could that be? Well, because Iran has taken a clear position on the murder of Palestinian civilians, particularly in Lebanon, but not just Lebanon, in the West Bank and Gaza also. Iran has tied its ceasefire negotiations to a ceasefire in Lebanon. Now, that's not something that resonates with most Americans, like who cares? But in the Middle East and in the entire rest of the world, really, which is watching this, watching Israel destroy Lebanon for reasons that are not clear at all, murder Christians wholesale in Lebanon, destroy Christian villages, bomb Beirut, not a traditional Hezbollah stronghold. Why are you bombing Beirut? Unclear. But it's happening, and the rest of the world is watching carefully because Lebanon is a country a lot of people have been to, probably the most beautiful country in the world.
At no point did Tucker Carlson say anything about hating Jews. But, you know, if a Zionist is speaking, you should just assume they're lying, especially when it comes to addressing anyone they object to. Anyone who's critical of Israel, they'll immediately paint them as an anti-Semite because they're one-trick ponies. That's all they've got. They have no way of really defending the indefensible. So in an effort to destroy their opponents who are speaking truth, they attempt to defame them with jabs that a former IDF spokesperson carried out against myself and Cenk Uygur. And man, this conversation was amazing. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Said it must be accurate because the watermark said it was made by a scientist. So, your move, Truth.
Show especially.
They demand that America.
But it's also the ROI on these. But it's also the.
They be doing that on behalf of our country and what would benefit us, Americans? No, of course not. He insists that Americans literally die on behalf of the wars that benefit Israel. And so now that Trump is allegedly pushing for a peace deal with Iran, he's very upset and has some strong words for the American people. Take a look.
I think the war was a good thing to do, but what I think is a problem here is the finishing accord, and what appears to have been an urgency and a desire, an American desire and almost desperation to make a deal and stop fighting. And I think that the Iranians have a good nose for weakness. Whenever they sense weakness, they usually are good at exploiting it into their own for their own advantage. And I think in this.
But what you will want to understand is, while he's talking about a weakness that the Iranians have a nose for, the Iranians cannot have a nose for weakness in the Jewish fighting in and near Iran, because the Jewish fighters are not anywhere near or in Iran fighting in the first fucking place. The Americans are in and near Iran fighting because the Jewish IDF is way over in Lebanon fighting somewhere else. So the actual audacity of this motherfucker to be talking about the cowardice of any fighter when they are not doing the fight. The IDF is not over in Iran fighting at all.
In this sense, they understood that the Americans, unlike Israel, are too sensitive when it comes to fighting and when it comes to actually paying the price of fighting, which, of course, from an Israeli perspective is.
What price did the American have to pay to be in Iran fighting in the first place is the question. America don't want to pay the price because America didn't have a price to pay in the first place. We had no fight in this fucking war in the first place. But your president decided to listen to Benjamin Netanyahu and put the lives of our soldiers at risk for no reason whatsoever. And then you have this motherfucker who sits in front of TV monitor after TV monitor. I don't see this motherfucker on any motherfucking line doing any fighting. All of this motherfucker do is sit up on TV show after TV show running his motherfucking mouth. And he has the audacity to tell you what the American soldier don't have the heart to do. For absolutely no reason. Why would the American soldier have the heart to die for absolutely no good reason? He has some fucking audacity, this one right here.
It's easier because it's horrible, but we're here, we have skin in the game, and we're defending our civilians. So for us, casualties, military casualties is a...
We don't have any skin in the game, bitch. We have no skin in this game. You had no skin in this game. The only skin you had in this game is that you decided to fuck with somebody who wasn't fucking with you. You put your skin in the game. And you get what your hand calls for.
Different perspective. For the US...
It's also the ROI on these decisions as well. The Israel benefits a lot more from a weaker Iran than the US.
Now, Mario, of course, is absolutely correct. But just going back to what Conricus had to say about Americans, how weak they are, how they don't have the stomach for the fight. Well, I mean, Israel is supposed to be a sovereign country. If Israel wants to fight Iran, they can go it alone, right? Since they're so strong, they're so tough. They don't need our help at all. Or do they? Let's go to the next video.
Is there a possibility that Israel may decide to go at it alone without American support? So if Trump is like to Bibi, hey, you want to ruin this and fight Iran? You do it alone. We're not going to support you offensively or defensively. Do you think Israel is in a position where it would be open to such a war, or it would not make sense without American support at the moment?
No, that wouldn't make sense.
Interesting. Okay.
It wouldn't make military sense. It wouldn't make strategic sense. It may make political sense, temporary sense, coming elections, and the desire by Netanyahu perhaps to be perceived as defying the Americans and defying the world for electoral gains. But I don't think that is a real possibility in terms of Israel.
So this terrorist who gets invited onto US news programs to share his expertise has the audacity to call Americans weak because we don't want to see our soldiers slaughtered in Iran. But when he's asked, well, what about you guys? Are you guys going to fight Iran? Go it alone? No, of course not. That doesn't make sense because he knows that IDF soldiers will get slaughtered. Why get IDF soldiers slaughtered when you can pressure Americans to sacrifice their soldiers instead? And this is sacrilege to point to be disgusted by. And so if you're like me and you see Conricus for the terrorist that he is, oh my gosh, I mean, you got to get fired from jobs. You got to get disinvited from CNN panels because Conricus, as an Israeli who demands that our soldiers die on behalf of Israel, is the credible one, right? So, Jake, going back to your endless, frustration with legacy media is Zionist-owned, which is why they'll continue inviting scum like Conricus on their programs to advocate for American troops to risk their lives on behalf of their little pet projects. But what do you think?
Okay, so.
Okay, this link is in my description box. I don't like to tarry on TYT that much because TYT is in the same boat as for-profit media. TYT during the election, it seemed like they had a problem supporting a black candidate, a black female candidate. They capitulated to the worst nature to try to see why they should support a racist rather than a black woman. They went as far as supporting the racist Charlie Kirk. We went over to Turning Points USA and we had a beer with Charlie Kirk. They would have rather been closer to a racist than to have supported the policies of a black woman. So, TYT, fuck you and what you're talking about. The thing that I can get behind you about is the things that you talk about because obviously you have a disdain for what goes on with Israel because Israel has a disdain for Shank being a Muslim, which is very, very obvious. And Anna is from somewhere. Where is Anna from? Obviously, they have a disdain from her. Where is she from? From somewhere. Where is she from? I can't remember where Anna's from. But that's all I have for you. You can support everybody but black people, and so therefore it's only so much I can take from you. You are right on these issues, but I am also very glad that your channel is suffering because like a lot of not like a lot of white people, you think that you are better than black people. And I am so glad that your channel is suffering because of you thinking that you are better than black people. And there it goes with you. So that's what I have to say about Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur. I cannot stand either of you, but you did have some points that I wanted to share about what is going on with these fucking Zionists coming on here talking about having the actual audacity to say that our soldiers should be over here fighting the fight that they won't fight for themselves. So that's it. That's all I have to share with you guys today. I hope you guys have a fantastic remainder of your day. And I hope you guys have a wonderful remainder of your day. And thank you for coming over. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe if you have not subscribed. I would like to thank all of my new subscribers. Just subscribe if you are coming back. If you're not coming back, if you think you might come back, if you don't think you're coming back. But hey, it doesn't take anything. It doesn't cost you anything to hit the subscribe button. Get me in the algorithm. Leave a comment after the live is over. Get me in the algorithm. I would greatly appreciate it if you would like to support the channel $ Ronnie Q RONYIQ. I appreciate your support, and I will be back on Friday for sure. But if there is any breaking news on tomorrow, I will see you in the morning at 8 a.m. If no breaking news, I will see you on Friday at 8 a.m. Have a wonderful remainder of your day. All right, guys. That's it. Bye-bye.